Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depend on your time and your location. This is Biafra TV. We are live and we are direct. I greet all the Benu Biafrans and all the well-meaning Biafrans. I salute you all and I greet you all. And I use supposed to salute Mazen Nandekano, Maz Simon Banjoko. Mazen Nandekano is the leader of the Biafran people, like president of Biafran people. Maz Simon the prime minister is the prime minister of over 100 million or 80 million Biafrans, whether they like it or not. I want to salute them and thank them so much for making me to have hope and also trying to keep me alive. This is a part of the reason my greetings, my regards, my loyalty must always lie in their hand. So please, as you come, may you like and share so others may know that we are live and we are direct. My humble, sincere apology for our yesterday program. That network kicked us out because of the attack on the page, but we must stand. Now we are here. No matter what they think they are doing, we are not stopping because we are the one that our destiny is in our hand for us to take our destiny. So no matter how the attack comes, we must resist it. We must resist the attack, and we shall continue on the good side of what we are doing by making Biafra people to understand those hidden truths that the world hide from us. So when we come out, we will continuously fighting ourselves, continuously talking like people that don't know what they are doing on social media. It's a high time that we change some things we do, because now we're in the government. We must respect the will of the government also. We must respect the government cabinet members of United States of Biafra government, no matter how enemy may see it or how they did not see it. Please, I urge you as you come, please like and share so others may know that we are live, we are direct. Please endeavor to do so, because by you doing so, you are also spreading the message so other people will receive it without even me, without even subscribing on my YouTube page or even turning the notification on. They will receive it and know that we are live and we are direct. In part of what we are doing this night, we may go very deep as the time permits us, as the strength of us carries it, to understand the meaning of when our Prime Minister asked Dr. NGOZI to protect the mandate. What does he really mean? What does he really mean? In the eyes of every other human being, in the eyes of those that think normal, not these people on the social media who are not thinking normal. Those, the only thing they think is how they will destroy, how we will go back to Nigeria, because for them, they never want Biafra to be a nation. For them, they know that Biafra be a nation will stop their daily bread, because the name of Biafra is their daily bread. They have no further future plan. They have no further future existence. Their thought is only now that they can destroy it and it will not come. So they can be able to continue in the level of the oppression, making Biafran people here and there, refusing Biafran people to know what they're supposed to know. These are the things that we all have to know this time around. And once we know it, then we will use our hand to look at everything that is happening in between, so we can be able to follow it up. It is very, very important as you do so. Please, as you are watching, please may you like and share the program so others may know that we are live. As we're waiting for people to thumbs up, we are going to start with the prayers of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. After we have taken our time to share the program. So please, if you never share, if you never like, please like and share the program so other people may know that we are live and we are direct. Like I told you, that is the message that we are preaching. That it is very, very important for people to listen and for us to take it serious into what we are doing at this time that everything is coming to an end. That is why I always use that word, do not panic, because what we are doing is not in the hands of men. What we are doing is mandate of God that has given Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Mazi Simon Ekpa to make it reality and to achieve it. That is what we are doing. I want you to know that everything in between of what we are doing is to make sure that we are on the side of the true government of the Biafran people, not the fake one. You see all this nanigans, you see all this noise, one thing will end it up. One thing will end all this noise. And I will ask myself, if I'm among those who have been doing this, where could I hide my face? Where? At last. When you look at all the things under international law, all the treaties and binds and all the things that are connected to our movement right now, that's connected into our movement right now, then you may understand it very easily that the enemies has colluded with some people in the midst of us, colluded with Ogenkere and their so-called hurt, with anybody who is against the government today to come and destroy what we are doing, to make the government is not stable, that the government cannot control its border, that the government cannot control the population of its people. These are the things they have come in social media to present because of their work is coming from the hands from the enemies to stop us. So, but I know that they will never stop us. Nobody born of human being can stop this movement. That is one thing I know for sure. So whoever think that he or her will stop this movement is just wasting time, because you dare not. Because the mandates we are protecting, the mandate we are into is a mandate from Chukwu Okabiyama that can never be delayed, can never be denied. The delaying time is over. The time we are into is time to handle it very fast, so people may understand what we are doing, and why we need it so quick lies our hand also. So now that you're on the right track, remain on the right track of what we are doing, so people may follow us. Like I said, before we go in, we must invite the prayers from our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because no one is like him, no one can pray like him, no one can use the right word at the right time like him and Mazi Simon Ekpa. So do not panic, my brother, because Nandino, I can't say Hagabahono. As we are playing this, we are waiting for you to like and share up to 10 people, so we can bring out what we have in our storeroom for you to know it, make it openly, so you may understand what we are doing. Everything is for good, believe you me. Everything is for good.
The whole world must listen. As long as we preach this very gospel, Chukwu Okabiyama must be with us. Therefore, without any further hesitation, we must proceed to offer every prayer to Chukwu Okabiyama who resided in heaven. Therefore, as we always commence, not from today, but from of old, our Father who art in heaven, that your name may be hallowed by men, that we may bow at the mention of it, that we may offer every glory unto thee, that we may offer you every adoration and adulation, because there is none like thee. You fight our battles for us. Every blessed day you demonstrate through your kindness and your everlasting mercy that you are our Lord, our God, and our Creator. This evening we offer these your children unto thee all over this very planet that you created. They are listening across the entire 24 time zones on this very planet where they inhabit. They are listening to your gospel this very evening, this gospel of redemption, a gospel of hope, a gospel of restoration, a gospel of renewal, this very gospel of freedom, this very gospel of emancipation as only you ordained. That this very gospel must be preached, that mankind may be set free from the eternal damnation of the creation of the British. My goodness me, I want to remain in the spirit, because we must worship heaven. We answer your name, O Lord of hosts. Everything about us is designed to offer glory unto thee. We have atoned for our sins last year. This very year we have not only atoned for our sins, we have spilled, we have shed blood, they have shed our blood. We have let our sacrifice be made unto thee. Even on the 30th of August, as we are being felled by the bullets of the enemy, by the workers of iniquity and of darkness, we remain very strong today to beckon upon thee, to ask you for your mercy and for your grace, to ensure that your kingdom is restored upon the face of the earth, that you can bring your healing hand to bear upon the life of those of them that you created for one singular purpose, and that purpose alone, which is to worship you in truth and in every honesty. Is there any way that we have erred? Is there any way that our ancestors may have sinned? We confess before a congregation of the whole of humanity to ask you, O Lord of hosts, to have mercy upon us. You must have mercy upon us. We have suffered enough. We have been subjugated enough. We have been tortured enough. We have been imprisoned enough. We did not do these people anything. Our only crime is to answer your name. Our only crime is to be born your children. Our only crime is to excel at everything that we place our hands into. Our only crime is to exhibit your glory and your blessing, which manifestedly is upon our lives every blessed day. That is why they want to kill us. That is why the British want to join those of them who don't know you, to destroy your creation and your inheritance. You will not allow shame to befall your name. You will not allow the enemies to triumph over the lives of your children, because you created us to exist, to worship, to honor, and to praise you. That is exactly what we are going to do when this Biafra comes. It will come in truth and in every honesty, because we remain every blessed day whiter than white and whiter than snow. Is there any way that we have sinned that you cannot forgive us our trespasses, to enable us to fulfill your own word, which was spoken thousands of years ago, that instead of what you promised not to come to pass, that heaven and earth will cease to exist? You opened your mouth to bless mankind to the coming of Yahweh Yeshua, who came here and said,
كما نعمل دائما على حماية مصالح مملكة البحرين في الخارج.
Sorry, this is YouTube. They must do their nonsense at all time.
As it is in heaven, those words can never be in vain, because they are anchored upon your holiness and your magnificence. That is why in the end we know that Biafra will come, that these children that we have given birth to all over the world, and their children, and their children, and their children, as long as they give birth to them and they are Biafrans, they will worship you in truth and honesty. Through this very work we are doing, mankind will come to understand you. Let your miracle be wrought in our lives. Let us witness and behold your magnificence, your holiness, your mystery, and your grace under our command. O Lord of hosts, we call upon you. We call upon you to heal. We call upon you to provide succor to those of them who are inconsolable. We ask you to come and strengthen those who are weak. We ask you to restore hope where there is hopelessness. We ask you for inclusion where there is destitution. We ask you for one brotherhood, one camaraderie, one bone, one blood, and one flesh of your children. The Efiks and the Bibios, the Izon, the Shekiri, the Isobos, and also those of them from Isoko. We are traveling all the way to the lands of Igala. We are moving on from there to Idoma, to Igede, to the territories of the Igbo land. All these places we dedicate unto thee. All these lands of yours, we ask you to cover it with your mercy. Because Biafra will come, and when it does, we will dance on the streets. I'm telling you, by the time that we are done, humanity will think that we are mad, we are drunk in your glory, and rightfully so, because your kingdom will come to rest upon this very earth. That very kingdom is the unadulterated, non-negotiable sovereignty of the Republic of Biafra, that your will may be fulfilled in our time. All this we pray, all this we ask for, in no other name apart from that name that belongs to you.
He said,
my name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of indigenous people of Biafra all over this very planet, I tell you. I lead the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. So also do I command the armies of Biafra. They are fiercely loyal. They are loyal, I tell you, and doing the work that I expect them to do. I also direct Radio Biafra, not through any power which I possess or any extraordinary knowledge, but by your grace, O Lord. By your grace, we honor you and we adore you. I know that some people listening, including the British, may not understand what we are doing, but there is nobody in Britain that answers Nwachukwu, the child of heaven. We do. Therefore, when we worship our Father, people should not try to be jealous. They should not feign ignorance or misunderstanding, because we are ancient people. We have been doing this for over 5,000 years, and will continue to do so until the end of time.
What we are doing is something that we will not stop doing. We will continue doing what we are doing because it's our right to do what we are doing. That is why our leader is telling you here. It's our right to seek for an independence of a new country, like every other country has done in the past. And even some countries who are today presently doing the same thing. So when you look at how everything is going, then you may understand why we are doing what we are doing, because our freedom is sacrosanct and is paramount. We can't change it for anything. And Mazdakan, our leader, nothing happened to him. Chukwu Okabiam has his way of doing his own thing. No matter how they poisoned him, no matter how they tortured him, no matter how they delayed him to die before they release him, they are not Chukwu Okabiam. He will be alive. He will be alive. Because the mission he is upon, the mission he is leading, is the mission, the mandate Chukwu Okabiam has been keep in a place and be waiting for a time for him and Masama to come, for him to move it up, then for Masama about to accomplish it. Even though he was arrested, the mission has been accomplished. That is why he leads us to road of declaration and put everything in place in Helsinki Hall in Lahti, Finland. That's what he did. While we are here to support our government, now a new country has been declared. If people of North can be carrying our DPM and present it to the world that this is the legit government, what are you waiting? Nigeria, is it good? Nigeria, is it working for you? Nigeria, is it working for you? Tell yourself truth. You know Nigeria is not a workable place. You know that Nigeria is a destiny killer. Nigeria was created to destroy every youth, their future, their destiny, and our entire life. These are part of why Nigeria government. This is why Nigeria is not a country. That is why today people of Benu are inside bush. They have left their home. We want to ask the president of so-called Finland. Is this Simon is the one chasing people inside bush in Benue State? In every part of the north today, people are inside bush. They are no longer in their home because of what is happening there. Is this Simon that you are keeping is the one doing it? Or you are blind because of the evil business that you want to do in Nigeria, and once you seek to do the evil will cover your eyes, you will not see. But you will see by thunder, by force. The time is very fast nearing that you will see by thunder, by force. My fellow BIAFRAS, please, as you come, may you like and share this program, please. So as we're waiting for our light to increase up to 10, so that we can bring what we have here out. I see you, Oganaya. Thank you so much. I see you, Kenta D. I see you. I see you, Matu. You're welcome. These are those that are first in this platform this night. So please, as I welcome you, welcome another person by liking and sharing the program. We have 6 likes. We are waiting for 4, so we can be able to move the way we normally do our own things. I want Alexander Solve to listen to this sound to know what is happening.
Now watch what is going on here. Our government really need to look into this matter. Our brothers and sisters in Benue State are no longer sleeping in their houses again because of Fulani herdsmen. They are running helter skelter every blessed day. Just watch the video and see what I'm telling you.
You hear the sound? This is what Fulanis are doing to chase
now, wow, do well to share the video so that our government will see it and do something about it. Now watch what is going on here. Our government is calling the government into this matter. Our brothers and sisters in Benue State are no longer sleeping in their houses again because of Fulani herdsmen. They are running helter.
They are doing the job of their masters, the bidding of their masters. Who are their masters? Nigeria government. Because when terrorism lasts for 2 days, government is involved. You have had many governors who mentioned those who are sponsoring them, but nothing has happened to them. Chegumi is free, moving around. All of them are on their house, but because of we are seek for freedom, because of we refuse to be Islamized, that is why people of Benu are running away, because their land has been put into Islamized. That is why they're running away from their ancestral land today. The sound we are hearing here is
every blessed day. Just watch the video and see what I'm telling you.
People are running away. This is a sign of machine. This is a sign of bullets. Do you
now, wow, do well to share the video so that our government will see it.
The indigenous people and chase them away and take their land. Alexander Stubb, government of Finland, this is what is happening, not Simon Eba. Simon Eba is the one saving these people that we are seeing here today. But you come, you take him away. You come, you take him what? Away. And you think that taking Simon away, the way the government you run to Kenya to kidnap Mazina Kano, we quench the fire. The Biafran people are telling you that you are wasting your time because you can never destroy ideology. You cannot destroy. Ideology is not a pregnant woman that you can kill the woman and kill the child and they will not be able to come to life. Ideology is different from this kind of a thing. It's inborn. Something that is in blood. What is called ideology. We are born a Biafrans because our forefathers fought for Biafra to be a country. That is what Nigeria refuse to understand. Nigeria always refuse to deal with the message, but they go against the messenger. They refuse to listen to the messenger, but they go against the person who is sending the message. That is one thing about Nigeria. I see you, Jesus, here. Welcome this night. Thanks so much for being here. We have many things to do. That is why we are calling for people to like. Once we get 10 likes.
Now, watch what is going on here. Our government.
Are you hearing it? What is going on in the country where you tell us that Simon is inciting terrorism or he's doing what? You want to tell that you are the one, you that they are seeing you with them, with their vice Chetima, the leader of the terrorists, is you are the one inciting. You are the one that's law. That's proliferation of law is in your head, not in the head of our PM, not even the head of our Onye Ndumazi Nnamdi Kanu. These are things that's happening in Nigeria. When Obato Obie is here, this kind of thing happening in Benu is not happening. That is why when I call on our brothers for Benu to join what we are doing, I remember they sabotage a lot. When they come, they say they need Biafra army. For Obato Obie to build it for them, they turn back and betray those guys. And so what is happening? That's number two. Wanted to prevent for their land is happening today. And why I don't want to take the Benue state away? When they take Benue away, they are approaching to Enugu state. They are approaching to Calabar. This is the area. That is why Benue state is their most danger place they want to capture. The way they capture Castena and other places in the north. Because once they capture Benue, their one leg is on Biafra land. That is what it simply means. That is why the government must do everything now to protect our border. They are not just chasing these people away. No, they are chasing them away for them to come into Biafra land. That is why the government must do everything possible for them to protect the border, the territory of Biafra land, for these invaders do not come in, because we will not hesitate to deal with them if they eventually come into our land. When you see all this that is happening, like I told you, I want you to know everything is happening because of what? They want to take the Biafran people away. The way they are taking the Enugu state people away. A lot of things are happening right now. Who will stop it? This our declaration and our recognition is what is going to stop all this shenanigan, all this noise that they hear on social media today. Even those who are pretending, claiming they are fighting for Biafra, why they know that the agents has paid the money and they all colluded with the enemy to do that. Now, Ogenkere, who went to congressmen and watching this and telling them the congressmen are busy, they are watching him through television. Congressmen, the reason why they run away, I will not tell you. That will be a solution of tomorrow. Why the congressmen and nobody is near Ogenkere, because they know that there is never where a secretary will take over position when the group or the country has an existing COS. That is why they are running away from him, and he's telling that they are watching from television. Look at how he's deceiving himself. The criteria of enemy of a new country, if you read that particular part, you will see that Ogenkere and their group, anybody who is against this movement, are working towards that way. They are heading through the Red Sea, and the Red Sea will swallow all of them. They should ask the Egyptians what happened to them. It's, in the world, they said the Egyptians, they shall see them no more. This enemy you are seeing today, a time will come when all of them will disappear. Watch out. The time is very soon. People that believe in one Nigeria, they are working for Nigeria is no longer a country. That the one Nigeria will be divided. We are not only the one who are asking, other people will join very soon. We will see how Nigeria will be messed up on the international global stage by people of United States of Biafra government. That is who we are. And because of that is who we are here to protect the mandate. We are here to do that. So please, I urge you as you come, please like and share. Let another person come and like and share the program. Now we are on 8 like, element 2. Once it is 2, once it's completed, we are going to move into what brings us here, because what I'm just doing is just doing preamble and laying down. I want to know that before Obato Obie asked Dr. NGOZI ORABUEZE to protect the mandate, there is something he saw on her. There is something Obato Obie saw on the international community. There's something he knew about Montevideo Convention, Geneva Convention, Vienna Convention, and UN Charter. Obato Obie, there's something he fished out from these names I mentioned. That is why the position, in fact, without even mentioning a word, the position fall on the head of the COS, who will turn to become the deputy prime minister. This is how international law prescribes it. And why people are running away from Ogen Kre in his congressmen, because those people know that it is not a legitimate government. And it's not even in the tense of what we are doing. When he was addressing the gullible, he was telling BRIGE, government in exile. One now why you be that? Now pure you they use on you. When I said I have my fact and figures to prove to that Ogen Kre is a hardened criminal, he's a 419er, he's only here to destroy what we are doing. Are you going to allow them? Once you give them anywhere 1 naira, you are making them general. My people, everything that we are doing, we must continue to do it in the way that international law will give us recognition. They will not see us as a suicide bomber. They will not see us as those who are not maintaining peace. They will not see us as those who are not stable, because that is the scenario that Ogen Kre has created with their group and all of them to prove instability, to destabilize the movement of the Biafran people. But I tend to Okabiam, that's the Iron Lady, the woman who understands the freedom, the way a man understand, to appoint her to be the surrogate, be the COS, and protect the mandate. What does it mean when a leader asks a COS to protect the mandate? It means a lot of things that you don't know. Because Obato, you understand the level of what we are doing and how it can be easy for him if, like now, anything happened to him. Then he understands it. And that is why he gives the rightful person the rightful authority and what to do, and the person is flowing it, try to do it, try to implement that for us to understand the importance of what you and I is doing. These are very, very important. These are very rare in what we are doing. So I want you to know, as we're waiting for our light, please remains 1 like or 2. This is 8 or 9. So for us to go into what brings us come here this night, why Obato asked Dr. NGOZI ORABUEZE to protect the mandate, and what does it mean under international law, on the eyes of the world? Why did he choose that particular woman to do all these things alone? If it's the other way, it looks like Obato want to danger her, but because of she was born for this time that we are into right now. That's why she was born. That is why she can lead. That is why she can do anything. That is why she's doing everything right. We are not going to come on the HIN, the last group that's addressed Biafra people. What a wonderful gathering. What a wonderful suggestion. What a wonderful program. What a wonderful idea of this government. IHL. Oh my God. When you know their rule in military, then you understand that IHL make it easy for you. When you follow their let down principle, then everything in between follows, my people. We move into what brings us here this night. I think the like is enough. But without that, we're gonna do what we have to do. When a leader like Maz was arrested as chief of staff to protect the mandate, what does it mean? When when our prime minister asked chief of staff, Dr. NGOZI ORABUEZE, to protect the mandate, what does it really mean? Listen to this as we move. I see you, Okechukwu. Good evening from here. You're welcome. Listen carefully and follow me as we go into the real deal of the business. So from now, the program has started. Please bring your paper along to you. Your big and your pen and paper. So you may be jotting things that you wish to put to the enemy's camp. So there we know that we understand what they are doing. We continue.
Protect the mandate is a phrase that refers to a chief of staff's duty to safeguard the authority and legitimacy of the leader they serve.
Do you hear that? Protect the mandate is what? To refer to chief of staff duty to safeguard the authority and legitimacy of the leader to serve him. When Abatobi look at all the men inside so-called Brigi government in exile, he could not find anybody. The only person he find easily is Dr. NGOZI ORABUEZE, and that is why Abatobi understand put in that position of chief of staff earlier understand the importance of the COS as a second in command. They said here that we just read just now, the chief of staff duty to safeguard the authority and the legitimacy of the leader that was arrested. Do you see the job that Obatobi needs? Someone who will safeguard even him, who will serve him with action, with who knows what to do at any time. That is what we are seeing this time around. Listen.
In politics, a mandate is the authority granted to a political leader or party by the people, typically through an election. It is the public's approval to enact the policies and fulfill the promises that were part of their campaign.
Listen, we are going somewhere. In politics, protect the mandate is authority granted to a political leader or part by the people. Typically through an election, it is a policy approved to conduct the policy and fulfill the promise after we are part of their campaign. What does it mean? Now, office of NGOZI ORABUEZE is office of somebody who is a politician also, that they will ask to protect the mandate because of his ability to manage things, because of his ability to handle things. That is why Obatobi understand that she is very intelligent to handle it. And they said, in politics, a mandate, the authority granted to a political leader or what? By the people. Typically, through an election, the mandate must be protected. That is one thing I want you to get from here. And who will protect the mandate? The mandate fall in the hands, in the head, in the shoulder of the chief of staff. Not into any other person, not into any other one, but the mandate must be protected on a high authority level. And among those cabinet members, the only person who has the same authority Obatobi has is the chief of staff. These are truths that you must know under international law. When they are telling you things to do, that is why I told you we must follow this international law for us to get everything right. Listen.
Therefore, when a political leader is arrested and asks their chief of staff to protect the mandate, it means they are asking them to do several things. Defend the...
Listen. Therefore, when a political leader is arrested and asks the chief of staff to protect the mandate, it means they are asking them to do several things. They are asked who? DPM. Obatobi know what it takes and who has what it takes for that declaration to happen, and who will save him from the hands of this cold government of Finland. You never know that. I want you to think that way today, because it is in line in what we're doing this evening. We are not here to talk things you have been hearing from morning to other places, but we're here to present you all these things, do analysis, and close the program. That is why we are here. So I am asking you on your own, after you have been hearing this now, who do you think that's supposed to, without voting, who's supposed to carry the mantle up? And nobody else has to come and vote her. So I want you to know in everything that Biafra has been declared and has a government. When a time is going, you understand that this name called Financial Secretary under international and politics, the name is not there. Do you understand it? So do not be moved. Your government is on the right track. Just continue.
The leader's legitimacy. The chief of staff would work to ensure that the public and other political figures continue to see the arrested leader as the rightful representative of the people's will. Keep the policy agenda moving. An arrest can create political chaos and derail a government's plans. Protecting the mandate means trying to keep the government's promised initiatives on track despite the leader's absence or legal troubles. Manage the crisis. The chief of staff would be responsible for handling communications, reassuring the public, and navigating the political landscape to minimize damage to the leader's reputation and authority. This phrase suggests a high-stakes situation where the chief of staff's loyalty and strategic skills are needed to preserve the leader's power and political legacy in the face of a major challenge.
Yes, I hope you are following to this. What are you getting from here? I will allow you to start afresh so you can recall your mind. Then you will understand something.
Protect the mandate is a phrase that refers to a chief of staff's duty to safeguard the authority and legitimacy of the leader they serve. In politics, a mandate is the authority granted to a political leader or party by the people, typically through an election. It is the public's approval to enact the policies and fulfill the promises that were part of their campaign. Therefore, when a political leader is arrested and asks their chief of staff to protect the mandate, it means they are asking them to do several things. Defend the leader's legitimacy. The chief of staff would work to ensure that the public and other political figures continue to see the arrested leader as the rightful representative of the people's will. Keep the policy agenda moving. An arrest can create political chaos and derail a government's plans. Protecting the mandate means trying to keep the government's promised initiatives on track despite the leader's absence or legal troubles. Manage the crisis. The chief of staff would be responsible for handling communications, reassuring the public, and navigating the political landscape to minimize damage to the leader's reputation and authority. This phrase suggests a high-stakes situation where the chief of staff's loyalty and strategic skills are needed to preserve the leader's power and political legacy in the face of a major challenge.
Now, we are discussing protect the mandate. NGOZI ORABUEZE. Why did he do that? Obatobie did that because he knew that with position of the NGOZI ORABUEZE as the chief of staff, the COS, that she has rights as second in command to give him a prestige or to make him to have respect in the eyes of the country that are holding him. And in the midst of all the cabinet member bridging of government in exile, then Obatobie has way out of 75, he choose only her. Do you think it's about bribe? The answer is no. Do you think that she didn't know? Because she focused and understand her protocol or her temperament of work. When you did a work or you did a job under the principle of where you're supposed to do the job, there will be no problem. But when you overpass or do the other way around, the things got spoiled. So let us go into here, because it's very, very important for us to understand this. Therefore, when a political leader is arrested and asks the chief of staff to protect the mandate, it means they are asking them to do several things. Now, what are these several things what will be wanted going to do by asking the chief of staff to make a declaration? What is that? So, you can see it right now. Therefore, with a when a political leader is arrested, ask the DP, the chief of staff, to protect the mandate. It means they are ask them to do several things. So Obatobie asked the government to do several things. The government who is in the government, afraid of the government, NGOZI ORABUEZE, that's what Obatobie. From enemy camp, the message come. NGOZI protect the mandate. That Simon said, if I told you protect the mandate, that you understand the mandate as we are going, you may equally understand more of the mandate that Obatobie asked NGOZI ORABUEZE to protect, and why protect that mandate. It will fall on the head or the shoulder or the leg or the hand of NGOZI ORABUEZE, because she is the highest authority minus the prime minister of Obatobie. She happened to be the highest authority. She is what? The highest authority. That is why nobody will give her order, but she is the one. You had it here. She is the one to give order. What are those several things to be asked to do? Defend the leader, legitimacy. The chief of staff, the chief of staff would work to ensure that the public and the other political figures continue to see the arrest leader as the rightful in representing of the people's way. I hope you understand it. Now, several things Dr. Obie is asking Dr. Ngozi to do, also included defending the legal legitimacy. The chief of staff would work to ensure that the public and the other people, foreign, continue to see the arrest leader as their rightful representative of the people. Now, when he's not there, Obatobi, ask for all this I'm reading for you under international law, because why I'm hitting on this, that we must understand what is the mandate first. As we are going, just be calm and follow. You will understand what when Obatobi said, the DPM, the NGOZI, protect the mandate. There is many things to that. The military must be protected, the declaration must be protected, the people of Biafra must be protected, and everything in between. All these things are meant of protect the mandate. And who will protect the mandate? Dr. NGOZI, the COS, not any other person. Do you hear Finance Secretary here? Do you hear any other name here? The only thing you are hearing here is what? About the DPM, about the COS, being second in command, and also protecting the mandate is the first priority of her, because by protecting the mandate, she is changing the narrative of the former leader who was arrested, proving that he is a leader of a new country, no longer a bridge. Listen, we are coming from far, so that's why I told this time we have our time. Follow us slowly. Don't run away, because we're not talking about the Orama, because we're not talking about Shamaka Jere. Those that are doing that are doing their job. We don't have to put all our orange in one basket. That's what I'm doing, and this is the directive that Chukwuka will give me to go, and I think we are trying a little bit to do that. I see you choose. Good morning. I'm sort of leaving from here. I see officer AJ. Good morning from here. Thank you so much for coming. I greet you. I salute you. You can see that Afromo Chinwe. Thank you so much for coming. If you look at this comment section, we see something. That thing you are seeing is the code of this platform. Hashtag free Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience in Finland. Hashtag free. Sorry. Hashtag Finland, the government. Free Simon Eber, a prisoner of conscience. Free Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience. This is what we are asking the government to do, to remove their hand from our land, because the government has officially, the NGOZI, as the chief of staff who is protecting the mandate of declaration and the military and everything. She is the one, not another person. So, in all this that is happening, I want to understand the importance of COS and why she is the one to protect the mandate, because she is the only one who has that authority. They said that if the COS is the one having the highest authority after the prime minister or president, that she is the next in command to the position, without voting, without any other thing, automatically she has the right. That is what international law is trying to let us know here. Because people that we are playing, defend the leader in legitimacy. He must defend our leaders, because he has right. She can speak, she can write. She is not those that after they have sent, they send them script, they cannot even be able to read it out, so people may hear, and yet is people are clamoring for. So I am telling you that what we are into, that the governments are flowing all these criteria one after the other, one after the other. So please, my people, do not panic. Do not. Chief of staff to protect the mandate. It means they are asking them to do several things. There is no several things that are quite different. The several things that the law is talking here is several things to make that our leader was arrested or he's free from where he is. This is the area that draws attention that we must deal with, because without doing with that, everything is going to lie on our head, and we don't want like that. So that is why I'm here, to prove out those things that I have searched, so you can see. Then you also know where government it is. Defend the leader legitimacy. The chief of staff would work to ensure that the public and the other politicians, foreigners, continue to see the arrest leader as the the rightful representative of the people's will. If Abato happen to be the choice of the people, which we all are choosing him except the enemies, the same thing happening today also. I want you to know, those that they don't know the road to go and get freedom, those over the decade they cannot form a government in exile. They cannot form the real government of the Biafran people. Nothing. They're just sitting down, relaxing. Let Mazan comes out. He will start from somewhere. That's why they told you here that if a prime minister, a leader that is fighting for freedom was arrested, and he having a chance, who is he going to give the position? Except of those that are better, who among them qualified? Obatobi, who used the same eyes Mazin Nanaka used to see Obatobi and tell him, you must follow him, share his program accordingly, has used the same eyes to see the NGOZI Orabeze as the one that when he is not there, that she can manage the affairs of the Biafran people. That is one of the things that we all must know. Let's continue. You must continue. Listen to this. Other political foreigners country to see their arrest political foreign continue to see the arrest leader as the rightful representative of the people. Yes, because the way she's presenting the matter, the way she's talking about Obatobi, present to the world that this is the person the world wants. Why are you keeping him here for nothing's sake? Because the people of Benu today are inside bush. That is what Obatobi is protecting in our land, despite the enemies who troop in. But we must conquer them because what we are doing is spiritual than physical. And Chukwu Okabiama mandated this mandate. They asked our DPM to protect. This is the mandate of Chukwu Okabiama is what our DPM is protecting today. The mandate from Chukwu Okabiama that nobody will stop it. Let's continue. Keep the policy and the agenda moving. An arrest can create a political show and directly government plan. Protecting the mandate means trying to keep the government promise intact on track, despite the leader absence or legal troubles. Legal troubles. Are you hearing it? Dr. NGOZI ORABUEZE, the COS, who saw that his leader was arrested, can create a political noise and direct government plan. Protecting the mandate means trying to keep the government promise effective on the track. Did you see why Obatobi chose her? Because Obatobi knows that she knows everything about the government. When that one, you know her as a chief of staff who's supposed to be in charge, you refuse. Obatobi also told that she must protect the mandate, and the mandate is what she's protecting. Declaration is number one, the military and all the indigenous people of Biafra is all at the mandate that she is protecting. Despite the leader absence or legal trouble, that the movements are going massively because the chief of staff understand the importance of the declaration and Biafra movement with a good heart. With all her heart, is to make that she support the government of the state of Biafra. To make that she support the government of United States of Biafra. And to make that she give us what we want. Also, managing the crisis, the chief of staff would be responsible for handling communication, restructuring the public, and navigating the political landscape to seize the damage to seize the damage that they have labeled on the leader's authority. I want to know one thing here. People has labeled my Simon by many names. People has called him by a lot of names. The government is the one who has authority to change that interpretation they put on the way of Mazi Simon and the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Only our declaration with a with a government that is active, that is working is what we need to measure Obatobie and pushing it into a political zones, into political groups, into everywhere, for them to know that the arrest of Mass Simon was illegal, and also that he is a freedom fighter, a prisoner of conscience, that Finland has decided to collude with Nigeria to keep a man who has a COS, a man who understands the impact of freedom and who wants to give his people freedom, like the way Nelson Mandela did, like what Joan Kahemata of Kenya did, like what president of India did, and like every other countries, like what Martin Luther King did. Why do they not arrest? Did you hear that Martin Luther King was arrested for one day, but because of he's a black man, they'll have to arrest him? But that black man out is very intelligent enough to know what to do at all times. That is why he rushed in to form the government in exile, and also to put a COS in there without declaration. After the declaration, if the leader is not there, the mantle, the leader, fall on the head of the chief of staff, happened to be Dr. NGOZI ORABUEZE, and they said, because of her position, that she take over something. Listen, we will listen. Not even Vice Secretary, not any other person will do that. So I want to know that the challenge that we are facing now is common, it's normal thing. That is why we are facing those challenges from the hands of the enemies, those who have betrayed the struggle, those who never want Biafra in the first place. But they claim, and with what we are seeing today and what we're hearing here today, protect the mandate means that, number one, she must protect Oba to the leaders who was arrested by the office and by her action, and what she do to make sure that she gets international recognition. These are part of the things that will happen. To protect the name of Obatobie, to change his status quo, to prove to the world that the name that is being called is not. That is why declaration has solved almost 50% of our problem in the head of Mass Simon Eba. If not for our declaration, by now he will be in Nigeria suffering, and because of he doesn't want to be in Nigeria, that is why when they take him away, he said COS, the chief of staff, protect the mandate of the Biafran people, the mandate including Obatobie, declaration, Biafra army, international recognition, and all of them. Obatobie use a multiple dimension. The same multiple dimension is what the government is doing right now. Want to know that? That's what the government is doing is what multiple dimension. Loyalty and the strategic skills are needed to prevent the leader's power and the political legacy in the face of the major challenges. I hope you do understand what we are doing this night. I hope it may help you to tell the enemy to shut up their mouth. It didn't end here. Listen, we are just doing us small. We must continue. Listen to this headline we are going into. When a leader of liberation freedom fighter is arrested before declaration of independence for the new country, and he asked chief of staff to protect the mandate, what does he mean? Now let us see the full meaning of protecting the mandate, and why she is the right person to protect the mandate or to lead the people of Biafra.
In the context of a liberation movement, protect the mandate takes on a different, more profound meaning than in a formal government. A liberation movement's mandate isn't a legal one granted by an existing state, it's a political and moral one, derived from the will of the people and the sacrifices of the struggle.
Are you listening? In this context of a liberation movement, protect the mandate takes on a different, more profound meaning than in formal government. Because we're in a new country, because it's about liberation. A liberation movement mandate, is it legal? One, granted by an existing state. Nigeria are not the one giving us away. We are the one that are doing by ourselves. What I told that when it's come to under legal of the other states, that is not legal. But after your declaration, everything now becomes what? Legal. It proclaimed and more one. Divided by the will of the people. By the will of the people, over 50 million vote was casted on the same of referendum. They went ahead to go and declare the United States of Biafra. Everybody made sacrifice into the struggle about ORABUEZE, and the sacrifice continues today, except those criminals. We must continue.
When an arrested leader of a liberation movement asks their chief of staff to protect the mandate, it means 1. Maintain the legitimacy of the struggle. The mandate is the justification for the entire movement. It is the belief that the people have a right to self-determination, and that the leader and the movement are the rightful representatives of that desire. The chief of staff must work to ensure that the leader's arrest or any internal strife does not undermine this fundamental legitimacy. This involves a strong propaganda and public relations effort, both domestically and internationally, to frame the arrest as an act of oppression, not a legitimate legal action. 2.
Listen. Now we are into deep of what we put on our headline. When an arrested leader of a liberation movement asks the chief of staff to protect the mandate, it means, number one, maintaining the legacy, the legitimacy of the struggle. The COS called it to maintain the legitimacy of this our word of the struggle. The mandate is the justification of the entering movement. The mandate that has to protect here is what? No one here juena she banye. Neighbor for or here juena she banye. Na baggage we declare ze Biafra or the mandate we unroko. Gent do not be in a rush to leave the platform. Just take your popcorn, keep close, because we have a long way to go this night. I want to understand this so you can be able to know that Robert told you, make a right choice by asking the COS that under international law they said that the mountain of the leadership fall on her to act as the deputy prime minister of the new country. That if she want to, that she can relinquish her position to another person, but because of his acting, that she will not leave her position to another person, but she have to take everything in between, because in the Bible when you go into farm, you planted a yam, and the yam denoted 2. You're going to take it even 4. It's your own. That is what the position of Dr. NGOZI ORABUEZE and where she fall in between. Listen. Listen to this. It is the belief that the people have a right to self-determination, and that the leader and the movement are the right representative of that desire. The desire of what? Continue. Listen. The chief of staff must work to ensure that the leader arrest or any internal strife does not undermine this fundamental legitimacy. What is the fundamental legitimacy? One, the BRIG, government in exile, that is where we are, and the form COS, and they have our prime minister who was arrested and be detained. Now, Dr. NGOZI ORABUEZE, the chief of staff work must ensure that the leader that was arrested will be released, or any internal strife does not undermine the fundamental legitimacy of the government of the new country. This involves a struggle, propaganda, and public reactions efforts, both domestically and internationally, to frame the arrest as act of oppressor, not a long-time legal action. Do you understand something here? That the office and the work is also on. Now we are on social media telling you that the code on this platform is #Finland government free Simon Ekpa, a prisoner of conscience. These are the fundamental rights that the COS, the chief of staff, is going to protect. So the world we know that oppressor like Nigeria colluded with Finland to try to stop our movement. But because of the group, because of the when we are in group in bridge, in government in exile of bridge, that particular BRIG, that's now one day money. Listen, we are going to trash that nonsense this night, as we have been trashing it already. Now, the COS is the one that will move the mantle to make sure that nobody disorganize or bring it down or stop the movement or try to prove that the government is not established or the government is not be able to control its territory. These are the things that COS here must protect. Listen.
2. Ensure continuity and unity. A leader's arrest can create a power vacuum and factionalism within the movement. The Chief of Staff's primary duty becomes keeping the various military and political factions united under the banner of the cause. They must prevent internal rivalries from derailing the struggle and ensure that the movement's objectives remain clear and consistent.
Thank you. Ensuring continuity and unity. A leader arrest can create power vacuum. Oge nkere, Imam Maduabo, Adando Osho, try to take over the power. That is creating a power vacuum. What you see happen as the world know that such a thing has come to existence and such a thing is happening. A leader arrest, Mazi Simon arrest can create a power vacuum and the functions with the movement. The many people will have to function. Many people want to do their normal thing. But the government, the chief of staff, primary duty becomes keeping the various military and the political factor united under the banner of the cause. What is the banner of the cause? The declaration of United States of Biafra. That is the banner. That everybody, the military must be holding down for the position they are and work under the government of United States of Biafra. That the COS is in charge, not any other person. And we are by the power bestowed on me. The power has been vested on her when Obato Obi is here with us. They must prevent internal rivalry from delaying the struggle. When Mazin Nanika was arrested, DOS fall back to delay the struggle. Falling back means delaying something. That is falling back. Falling back means what? Delaying something. They said they will try that the government must prevent an internal rivals from delaying the struggle to ensure that the movement's objective remains clear and constant. When you see anybody, see, the pattern of DOS is what Ogenkre and their group are presenting. When someone asks you to fall back, what does he mean? He wants to delay you from the movement you are into. Look at what they say it here. They must prevent an internal rivals from delaying the structure, the fallback people. Let's continue. Continue the work of the movement. Listen.
3. Continue the work of the movement. This is the practical aspect of protecting the mandate. It means that despite the leader's absence, the operations of the movement, whether diplomatic, military, or political, must continue. The Chief of Staff would be responsible for
Listen, I don't want to be deceived. When you see, by tomorrow morning, we are going to expose why the congressmen under international law are running away from Ogenkere. Forget snapping pictures. Forget Michael Ruby. It doesn't hold water anywhere because Michael Ruby knows that Ogenkere is not the rightful place. But when they send money into your account, you must act. That's what is happening. This is the particularly aspect of the protecting the mandate. It means that despite the leader absence, the operation of the movement, whether diplomatic, military, or political, must continue. Must do what? Continue, not to fall back. When something fall back, it didn't continue forward. And that is in our word we say never backward. That is not fall back, delaying something. Is it what we want? For how many years DOS has been there delaying? Now Obatobi was arrested. Instead of us to move ahead with the template of declaration first, and they want you to fall back, decided to fall back, refusing their declaration without holding anything in their hand. We must continue. I want you to understand what the chief of staff will be responsible for. Listen, so we know who have the game.
Diplomatic efforts. Maintaining communication with international allies and supporters to ensure continued funding, arms, and political recognition.
Do you hear that? That the chief of staff would be responsible for diplomatic efforts, maintaining communication with international alliance and the supporters to ensure continual funding, army, and the political recognition. That is why part of here is why the congressmen are running away, and the Ogenkere told you that they are busy. They are not busy. They know that it's not in her position. Even in America, the chief of staff has his second in command. They know it all. And because of we already choose it in our movement, because we already adopted the office of the COS, like Mazdan Dekano, adopting office of the DOS as second in command when he's not there. But when he already knew that this kind of people he has cannot push him to where he's going, he decided to choose Mazdan Dekano, Simon Eba, to be there to do the job. That is why he told them, give him Radio Biafra. And they refused. Today, Obatobi told you that the NGOZI is the COS, that that she's the surrogate, that she must protect the mandate, and you fall back to who to lead you. You the same method of the DOS is what you are doing. Nothing different between you and DOS. DOS is underground. You fall back. All of you are the same thing. Nothing different. So I want the real Biafran people to know that is on the head, on the shoulder of the NGOZI ORABUEZE at the chief of staff to protect the mandate, and she is protecting the mandate by all possible means. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? I hope we are making common sense, my people. I hope we want to. I want us to know the level of what we have when they said COS and the duty of the COS and the why Batobi choose her and the meaning. I hope you're getting it. To protect the mandate is to make sure that the movement are moving ahead. Not to fall back, not to do another thing. And you had it here. That she has a work to do. Somebody who is maintaining communication with international allies, chief of staff, and supporters to ensure continue funding the movement army. To fund the movement, she must be there to do that. That is why you see her every Saturday in the fundraising. Our army must be equipped, and she's doing that. And the political recognition is what we are seeking. Look at what it takes. Look at what it means to protect the mandate. Military operation.
Military operations, ensuring that the armed wing of the movement remains effective and disciplined. Political
that she must make sure, ensuring that the army of the movement remains effective and disciplined. Is it discipline? Gentle, is it discipline? And Jamaica deceiving himself, is it discipline? Those who believe in that shenanigan of old liberation army, they are not disciplined. The disciplined one, they are under the government, and very soon you will see them under discipline, doing what they're supposed to do. That's under international law. That is why they explained to you how ministry to roll under IHL yesterday that you had. It's part of it. The government are doing well. Do you have that lecture yesterday? Is a top notch. Is proving to you that this is what a government is supposed to do, not the other way around. Listen to this.
Mobilization, keeping the support of the people strong, ensuring they do not lose faith in the movement's goals.
Do you hear that? Political mobilization, keeping the support of the people strong, ensuring they do not lose faith in their movement goals. In their what? Movement goals. Please, as you come, please like and share. Listen to this again.
4. Protect the leader's legacy and vision. The leader's vision for
4. Protect the leader legacy and ambition. What is the ambition of Simon Ekpa? Is it not to declare Biafra officially as a new nation that is outright from Nigeria? Is it not this is the legacy and the vision of Mazen Nandekano, Simon Ekpa? Is it falling back? Is it being underground? The answer is no. It's about the movement. Listen.
the new country is a core part of the movement's mandate.
Do you hear this? Protecting the leaders' legacy and vision. The leader vision of the new country is a core part of the movement of to protect the mandate. Protecting the mandate means declaration of a new country with a workable government that is now led by NGOZI ORABUEZE, the chief of staff. You must continue.
Chief of Staff must ensure that this vision is not corrupted or forgotten. They are the custodian of the leader's plan for the future, whether it's a constitution, a set of social principles, or a vision for economic development.
Now, the deal is going to be done. Listen. So you may know the kind of government you have. I told you I am not here. I don't analyze the Orama. I don't have that kind of time. I don't have time for nice Yamaka. Those that they are debunking their lies are doing since morning. You'll be hearing that. How could you feel if you that's something I'm doing? That means we are doing one thing. So this is on my own dimension of what I have to do in social media. Please bear with me. Please bear with me. We have our time this night to do with many issues, and we also have our time to also to do what tomorrow to handle it very early in the morning. What we are doing is something that we must learn something from it. Listen, the chief of staff must to ensure that this vision is not corrupt or forgotten, because they want this mission of declaration of United State of Biafra to be forgotten. Remember the word. The chief of staff must ensure that this vision is not corrupt or forgotten. Are you hearing it? They are the custody of the leader plan for the future, whether it is constitution, a set of a social principle, or a vision for economy development. What is it that Obato Obie have struggled for? Is a vision to declare United States of Biafra as a new country with a new government and the economy to be developed. These are why Obato Obie comes out, not to act like DOS, to fall back. No, it's not his mission. His word is airborne, ahead, no going back. Listen as we continue.
In essence, protect the mandate in this context is a call to action to prevent the struggle from collapsing in the face.
In essence, protecting the mandate is in this context is called to action to prevent the struggle from collapsing in the face of the leader arrest. If we have fall back, do we not collapse the movement? Let's continue.
The leader's arrest. It's a directive to ensure that the people's desire for independence and the movement that represents it remains the single unifying force until the declaration of a new country is a reality.
Have you had the mandate? What do we have here? It is a directive to ensure that the people's desire for independence and the movement that represents it remains the single uniform force until the declaration of a new country is a reality. This is a work of the chief of staff when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi was arrested, Mazi Kanu was kidnapped. Her job is to make sure she will not stop, she will not fall back, she will continue moving forward to make sure that the independence the people are looking for, that will be a plan for a new country is a reality. For what? For the new country is a reality. I know why I started from the beginning. As we go in more, then you will understand what are the things that are very rare, that are primary things in what we are doing. In the name of protecting the mandate that the leader of liberation freedom fighter, as chief of staff, did he include in declaration of independence for the new country that a leader is fighting for? Let us know if our declaration is the mandate or included. After this article now, they will open our phone calls before we go into another different thing, into the same, not another different thing, we're going to the same, this mandate. So when you see those that are foolishing themselves, you will tell them, Ne Zuzu, no Hegawa.
Yes, protecting the mandate would absolutely include the declaration of independence for a new country that the leader is fighting for. In fact, it would be the ultimate and most crucial act of protecting that mandate.
Do you hear this? Yes. Protecting the mandate would be absolutely including the declaration of independence for a new country that the leader was fighting for. In fact, it would be the ultimate and the most crucial act to protect the mandate. The meaning of the mandate is declaration. That is number one priority. Protecting the military is also there, making the population of people to believe in what the independence is coming. Protect the mandate would absolutely including the declaration of independence for a new country. That the leader, what is the thing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu Obato Obi is fighting for? Is it not a declaration of United States of Biafra? Is it not what they are fighting for? Somebody, look, remove the fighting freedom for it. Somebody who starts a school, what are you looking for? To graduate and get a job. That is why we go to school, to graduate and do what? To get a job. These are the part of things that we are going to school for. And once you accomplish it, you become a happy person and you relax. And when you start earning money from the job you get after school, then you become a happy person. What is that thing? I'm asking you in the comment section. What did Obato be fighting for? Need an answer. I want to know those who are still on our platform. What is that Obato is fighting for? Is it politics? Is Obato fighting for politics? Is he fighting for be someone that the world we know? What is that Obato is fighting for according to what we are doing this night? What is that thing Obatoobie is fighting for? I am asking the Biafra people on the comment section. Can somebody link up with me and tell me what that thing Obatoobie is fighting for? Is it to go to Finland and do party? What Obatoobie is fighting for is what I'm asking for Biafran people. Let me know if there's anybody here. What Obatoobie is fighting for is what I'm asking. That is my question. What is Obatoobie fighting for? Is it to have a political group bridge? Is it what he's fighting for? And with I want to see an answer in the comment section. And then can someone link up with me to, yes, fight Love Day, freedom for the people by declaration of the new nation. That is what Obatoobie is fighting for. The freedom has name because he make it openly. He is fighting for independent state of New Biafra as a new country. And what he was fighting for, not to go to a party with the COS, not to go and look for Finland, not to go and ask them money, but for his people to have a declaration of independence for a new country. That is what he's fighting for. On international law, Obatoobie is fighting under Montevideo Convention. He is fighting for a declaration of independence for a new country. He is not just a freedom fighter. No, he is fighting for declaration of a new country. Obatoobie is fighting for us to have a new country. That is why he became a freedom fighter. That is the reason why he became a freedom fighter, because he wants Biafra to be a new nation. Here why. The protecting of the mandate is number one goal. Listen.
Here's why. The mandate is the goal. The leader's mandate isn't just to lead a movement, it's to achieve a specific, declared goal, a sovereign, independent nation. The struggle and the sacrifices made are all in service of this outcome. The leader's arrest, far from stopping this, becomes a new and powerful reason to accelerate it. Political legitimacy, a declaration of independence.
That's what you see first. The mandate is the goal. The leader mandate is it just to lead a movement? Is to achieve a specific declaration goal, a sovereign independent nation. This is the aim of Obatoobie, and this is the mandate. This is the goal. The goal is, you know that when a team score goal, they win match. Now, the goal of what Obatoobie and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for is to achieve a sovereign independent nation that was declared in Helsinki, Latvia, Finland in November 29, 2024. That is the goal. That is the goal. The struggle and the sacrifice made are all in the service of this outcome. Outcome of what? Declaration. That is why you are funding the movement. That is why you are contributing money. The leader arrest, far from stopping this, the leader, the arrest of mothers, like those who told you, I am no longer fighting for Biafra until Mazi Nnamdi comes out, until Mazi Nnamdi comes out. Look at it here. They said the leader arrests, far from stopping this movement of declaration of a new country. That is why Obatoobie, that's what ORABUEZE, chief of staff, know that even in a coding language, Obatoobie means go and declare it. This is the thing Obatoobie is teaching us when he's here with us. The leader arrests, far from stopping this, becoming a new and a powerful reason to celebrate it. So the reason is what? For to declare United States of Biafra as a new nation. That is the goal. When he's not there, they said the arrest cannot stop it. That is why Dr. ORABUEZE, chief of staff, in the beginning, remember, everything is all about the chief of staff, the chief of staff. Let's continue. You will hear something this night. Political legitimacy. Listen.
Elevates the liberation movement from an insurgency or rebellion to a recognized political...
Sorry, let me start fresh. A declaration of independence elevates the liberation movement from an insurgency or a rebel to a organized political entity. Now, our declaration of United States of Biafra wepụziri anyị n'ikpe anyị insurgency, terrorist, rebel, no ihe declaration made by Dr. NGOZI ORABUEZE, the chief of staff. He said, you know when he said elevating, ibuli anyị bupu anyị n'ebe ahụ na-akpa anyị terrorist, na-ata anyị insurgency, na-ata anyị separatists, na-ata anyị all manner of names. The declaration remove us from there. That is why it's number one mandate of any freedom fighter who wants his people to have a new nation. It transformed the movement, legal and moral standing. Oh.
Entity in its own right. It transforms the movement's legal and moral standing, both internally among the populace and externally in the eyes of the world. By declaring independence, the Chief of Staff is demonstrating that the movement is not dependent on a single individual and that the will of the people for a new country is irreversible.
Do you hear it? It transformed the movement's legal and moral standing, both in international among the population and extremely in the eyes of the world. By declaring independence, the chief of staff demonstrated that the movement is not dependent on a single individual, and that the will of people for a new country is irreplaceable. What is the happiness of those who went to Finland? To go and do what, my people? I asked from the comment section. What was the thing that led us to Finland? When we all have already know that Obatobia has arrested. When we all have known that Obatobia, what is that thing that we went to Finland to go and do? What is that thing? Can you hide the Finland Biafra? Why do we go to Helsinki? Like Finland. Why do we went there is my question. I want someone to answer from the comment section. Why did the Biafran people go to Finland? Is it to go and fall back? Is it to go and stay in bridge? Is it the reason why the Biafran people went to Finland? Why did we went to Finland? This is my general question to everybody in the comment section. And someone who watched later, you can comment. Because after we go to the comment section and view everybody's comments, know where people want our people want us to change some things from it. What is that thing that pushed us to go to Finland upon that we know that Obatori has been arrested? What is that thing? Felix, I see you. Sorry for not mentioning your name. Thank you so much, brother, for coming in. I see you. What is that thing that pushed our people to go to Finland? What is it? I'm waiting for an answer from comment section before I will continue. I want an answer from my people from the comment section. I am waiting for an answer. Because what we are doing is to educate ourselves. We must be connecting when program is going on. Because here we are not here to talk different things except this thing that we're saying this night about from the mandate to where we are right now. I am waiting from people on the comment section to say something. Even you, why up to now you are still funding the government? What is that thing? Why did we went to Finland is the answer, is the question. Why did the Biafran people, over 1,000 delegates, went to Finland? What did they go to do? Biafras went to Finland to make a declaration to generate a document. Thank you so much. Biafrans went to Finland to make a declaration of a new country with a document in their hand to present to the world. That is why the Biafran people went to Finland to make what? A declaration to generate a document for the new country declaration. We must continue. We must continue. The chief of staff demonstrating that the movement is not depending on a single individual, and that that the will of the people for a new country is irreplaceable. Now, enwere ihe a ga-eji wee kwụsị ya, enwere ihe a ga-eji wee gbanwee ya n'ụdị ọbụla. Listen to this.
International recognition. A declaration of independence is a prerequisite for seeking formal recognition from other countries.
Are you hearing it? International recognition. A declaration of independence is a prerequisite for seeking formally recognition from other countries. A declaration that we made on November 29, 2024 is the first step to seek for international recognition from other countries. Now they are putting it the way. Now they're not talking about states. They are telling you that is to seek for recognition from other worlds, from other countries. In the absence of the leader, the chief of staff would use the declaration as a tool to gain diplomatic support.
In the absence of their leader, the chief of staff would use the declaration as a tool to gain diplomatic support.
Do you hear that? Now, oge ahụ bụzi nabata obi anọ ya, Maazị Nakala anọ ya, na COS. Now let me tell you one thing before I go further. Ọ bụ na ndị DOS mara ihe ha na-eme, ọ Chike Dozie m kwesịrị obi of Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ịnọchite anya so n'ihe ha na-eme. Because of the half fall back like Oge Nkere, who on international law does not have any way to lead Biafran people. No criteria, no country has it happened before. The rest of we that we are a new nation that have what those that are ready to do the building, to do the work. With isi arịrị ya ga-enwe ihe dị ya, isi mkpụrụ akị, isi opi ọrụ mango ka ọ ga-eji wee bịa mụrụ ụmụ Biafra ọnụ. Kedu ihe ya n'ime? Why nabata obi agba na protect the mandate? Why nabata obi agba ya become the COS? Why nabata obi agba ya what to do? Juliet, good evening from here. I can see you. Yes, love day. Biafran people went to Finland to declare a new state of Biafra USBG government. United States of Biafra is what we went to Finland to go and do. Nothing more than that. Nothing more than that. Listen to this. Remember where we are. International recognition. A declaration of independence is a prerequisite for seeking formal recognition from other countries. In the absence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa, the chief of staff would use the declaration as a tool to gain diplomatic support, military aid, and the legitimacy on the world stage.
Aid and legitimacy on the world stage. This is a critical step in isolating the colonial or occupying power and building a case for the new nation's existence.
I hope you are with me. Do you see why the declaration, the mandate? Now, do you understand the full meaning of the mandate? If you are from the beginning, now have you understand the meaning of the mandate? Now, for me to believe you or for you to highlight someone who is just coming, what is the full meaning of the mandate? I want an answer, because I want us to be rubbing minds together so you can be able to express yourself in any platform you enter. That is someone like me. I'm not afraid of any platform. If you enter the damage platform with a fight, now I know the scatter way, all of them know, they say, you don't come. This guy don't come again today. We don't go hear what. That is how they know me on the damages platform. If you have chance to be there, I represent my people. I put things that they need to know. Remember the question. What is the now? What according to how many lengths we have gone so far? Have you understand the meaning of protect the mandate? What is the full meaning of protecting the mandate? Can you please on the comment section so someone may read and understand it? Please endeavor to do that. As I'm waiting for you. Declaration as a tool to gain diplomatic support. Who? Chief of Staff. Military aid to who? Chief of Staff. And legitimacy on the world stage for Biafran people. This is a critical step in isolating the colonial or occupying power like Nigeria government, who are in our land, occupying our land, and building a case for the new nation existence. This is the job. This is to protect the mandate. These are the things that are in between protect the mandate of the people. A declaration of a new country is number one mandate, and also protect the military, the citizens, and the legacy, the legitimacy of the new country, making a statement on the international global stage. These are the things that we all have to know, so nobody will deceive you when it's going to COS. Symbolic power. Listen.
Symbolic power. The act of declaring independence in the face of the leader's arrest is a powerful act of defiance. It signals to the enemy that their actions have failed to break the will of the people.
Are you getting? Symbolic power under international law. The act of declaration independence in the absence of the leader's arrest is a powerful act of defense. It's a signal to the enemy that their action has failed to break the will of the people. If we did not declare Biafra, the will of Nigeria is what could have happened to us. And today, things could have been worse in Biafra land. For that attempt of going to Finland, I will not declare it. Upon that we declare it, look at what is happening. And they think of when we did not declare it, what could have happened to us? Have you think of that? The power of declaration. We have changed the devil. We have changed Nigerian government as we did the full declaration of independency of a new country, of a new nation that's called United States of Biafra. We must continue.
It energizes the movement's followers and serves as a powerful symbol of their collective resolve, turning the leader's imprisonment into an act of martyrdom that fuels the final push for freedom.
You hear that? It energized the movement that we made a declaration of we are into a new nation, not to fall back. Following and serving as a powerful symbolic of their collective resolve, turning the leader imprisonment into an act of martyrdom that forced the final push for freedom of his own people. Listen to this.
In summary, the Chief of Staff's role in this scenario is to take the very mission that led to the leader's arrest and bring it to its logical conclusion. The Declaration of Independence is not just a part of protecting the mandate, it is the most significant and defining act of fulfilling it. It is the moment when the abstract idea of freedom is formally transformed into a new state.
I hope you have heard it clearly. In summary, the Chief of Staff rule is this scenario is to take the very mission that led to the leader arrest and bring it to the local conclusion. The Declaration of Independence is not just part of protecting the mandate, it is the most significant and defending act to fulfill it. That is number one when you hear protect the mandate in the terms of freedom fighting of a new nation. It is the movement with the arbitrary ideas of freedom is formally transformed into a new state. We have transformed it from declaration into a new state. I hope you are following. I hope you are following me. I hope you are understanding it very well. I hope you are getting something from here. Before we continue, on this junction, we open our phone call, our line for call. +9733360513337. That is number to call if you wish to call, because I'm not going to force you to call. +973 360513337 if you want to call. As waiting for the call, we will be pushing ahead. After Chief of Staff made a declaration of independence for a new country, can they use it declaration to get international recognition? These are the next headline that we are going in. Remember, our line is open for call at your will whenever you want to call. I want you to underline what we are doing. Remember, on the part we just finished, they told us yes. Now hear another yes again.
Yes, after making a declaration of independence, the Chief of Staff can and would use that document to seek international recognition for the new country. The declaration itself is a key tool in this process.
Are you hearing it? Yes, after making a declaration of independence by the Chief of Staff, it's like we have a call. I mute my call. Okay. Yeah, let us know who is calling. My people, we allow calls to come in. Yes, so Ada, good evening from here. You are welcome.
Very good evening, Mom.
Good evening, good evening. You are welcome.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, my sister. You are welcome.
Get me now.
Ọkwa adịkwa Chukwu ka bịa mana n'ọrụ. I know of man.
Hey, yeah, all of
We thank God. We are
yes,
pushing. We are pushing.
Okay, na-agbalị nke ọma ị na-nwa ebufe isi anyị brain na-eme ka ọ na-afọbaga.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Ihe ahụ ihe Chineke ga-agọzi gị, Chukwu ga-agọzi gị. Because ihe niile anyị na-akụzi na mụ wee nwee dị nke mma ma otu. That was why I kept on following you. At least let me learn, let me know. God will bless you. You have really used this teaching to open our eyes. So many confusions, so many things that are happening that confuse us, that you will be asking questions. You don't know where to get an answer. By this teaching, we've been able to put 2 + 2 together and get an answer. Chineke ga-agọzi gị.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Now, we've known the meaning of COS. You know, when the name COS came out newly, me, I never know the meaning. I was trying to, what is the meaning of COS? Is he second in command? Or what is it? And what is the work that he should do? But that question, the answer have just been given to us.
Thank you so much. A COS is a second in command. When once a leader steps out, he or she is the one. And the previous video under international law, asking that even in America, now the chief of staff about a military man. He's not a military man. In UK, the chief of staff. No, it's not a military. We call it a bloody civilian will be the chief of staff of a country. But that's immediately he emerged in office, they will give him uniform of the military, and his uniform become the highest uniform to control the government. That you need to go back to 3-4 days program. Honestly, I read everything. They said even in America, even in the UK, now COS is not going to be a military man. No problem most. When I work in America, I become a military man. Man, any the position. Why not the position? Now I got in the army. Now both police, army, navy, anything at all, none was under the person to give in command to control them wisely.
But how is he able to give command since he's not a military person?
Because before they will give that position, they have already nurtured him. He must be person who understands engagement of the country and how military is supposed to operate. That is why they told you that the military must take instruction from that person. That is why if you look at all the men, all the women in the bridge was made up of 75 cabinet members. Obatobie single-handedly chose her as the COS with her intelligence and her wisdom. Now that she's in that position, did she acting like someone who is not a military? Our DPM, is he acting like someone who is not a military? Watch her talks, watch her commands. You understand that she understands her position very well, and she is using it absolutely right.
Right. Okay. She understands her position very well, and that is why she's never intimidated.
Yes, now.
Even in every upper post, she will still stand strong. At times when I look at her, I say, where did this woman get this training that she's performing all this? Now I've been able to understand the secret.
Yes, that is the sequence of it.
Thank
because
you.
she
have
read of her position very well. She read her position very well.
Yes. Even with what is going on the ground, she's able to hold everything in place.
Yes.
Unlike some of us, we would have blown the position off.
And also, if she blowed it off, she could have even put herself in danger. If she could have blown it off without understanding the position, there would be a problem. Go on, my sister, go on.
Yes. So thank you so much, sir. We are following you, we are listening. We don't have much question to answer, to ask, rather than to listen and learn. God bless you, sir.
Thank you so much.
For some time, your time changed, but I know that you are adjusting to the time.
Yes, the time changed, but we any little one we have, we must be here. And I thank God that we have it this night. Also, we're going to have the chance tomorrow morning. At least from now to next 3 days, we'll be handling our morning program the way we normally do it. At least from now till Saturday, we will be handling our morning program the way we normally have it. So we must continue. We must continue.
Please give other people a chance to make their own contribution.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay.
So my people, as we are coming, please like and share. Our phone call is opening. You are free to call anytime you want as we are doing this. Because what we are doing is our right. Nobody will stop us. I'm telling you the truth. It's no longer a time to be confused. Remember the next article that we are going in. Remember. After Chief of Staff made a declaration of independence for a new country, can she use to get international recognition? That is the next article. I see you, John. I see you, Chidome Mane. Thanks so much for coming. Thank you so much. I see you. Listen to this. Yes, after making a declaration of independence, the Chief of Staff can and they would use the document to seek international recognition for the new country. The declaration itself, a key tool in this process, the declaration that the Biafran people, by giving Dr. NGOZI the mandate to go to Finland with over 1,000 delegates to declare Biafra, it is something that deserves to give her a round of applause. Listen to this.
The declaration as a diplomatic tool, a declaration of independence, is not just a statement of a political goal. It is a...
Listen. A declaration of independence is not just a statement of a political goal. What it is, listen.
Formal communication to the world. It serves several crucial purposes in the quest for international recognition.
Do you hear it? It is a formal communication to the world. We are on the day that we are declaring United States of Biafra as a new country. We are sending communication to the world that Biafra has been declared as a new nation. The world to know. That is why in your own time, in your S handle, in your Facebook, in your TikTok, keep on posting that declaration. You are sending communication to the world. We don't know who we post. Donald Trump, we see. We don't know who we post. All these presidents, all these people that are martyrs, we see it. Because listen. Several conscious purpose in the quest for international recognition. There is a purpose it serves under international recognition. That is a formal declaration. We must continue.
Formal statement. It clearly and officially states the intent to form a new sovereign state. It acts as a legal and political foundation for the new country's claim to existence.
Do you hear it? Formal statement. It clearly and officially states the intent of form a new nation sovereignty state. It acts as a legal and the political foundation for the new country claiming to existence. By our declaration, we have proven that we are on existence. When you deliver a child in your house or you born a child, once you give that child a name, it has been approved that existence of that particular child has started from the day you name he or her name officially. Some people they will wait or the child enter inside church and they will throw party, but in the inside the house only them will know the child name. When we are in Bridge, is when we are like that. That is Obatobi adopted and they voted for this name called United States of Biafra as a new nation, the name that the new nation is going to have. I hope you understand it very well. I hope we are making common sense. I hope. And then he told us here that this is what foundation for the new country claim to existence. Let's continue.
Justification of the cause. The declaration often outlines the grievances against the ruling power, providing a moral and political justification for the separation. This is meant to win the sympathy of other nations, which may be hesitant to intervene or grant recognition.
Do you hear that? That's a declaration outlined the grievances against, before we declare, we made an independence of Biafra as a new nation, as we declare it. There's a time that we connected about the grievances. You must have those things. You said Obato will be read all these laws before he will implementing everything he's doing to us. Did we not pass our grievances? The people submitted what they think is the grievances of Biafran people, why they need a new nation. We met those criteria, we passed that exam, and it's 100% over 100. Providing moral and the political justification for the separation of the new country. This meant to win the sympathy of other nations, which may be hesitating to interfering or getting recognition. That our declaration with our grievances, that there are some people who don't know. When we are submitting the document of our declaration, we are submitting it with our grievances. Those things that was the time they composed the grievances, all of them are attached. First thing is for the document of the declaration. The other thing is the attach of the grievances of the Biafran people, why we want to exit Nigeria, or why we have already exited Nigeria on November 29, 2024. These are important things that we are supposed to know. Let's continue.
Proof of capacity. By issuing the declaration and maintaining control over territory, the new entity demonstrates that it has a functioning government and the capacity to enter into relations with other states, two of the key criteria for statehood under international law, as defined by the Montevideo Convention.
Have you heard this clearly? We are not making a story. We are giving you the laid down principles. We are giving you how other people do their own and what the law is all about. That is why the government is on the side of international law and all these Montevideo conventions that are laid down principles, that are laid down criteria. By using the declaration and maintaining control over territory, the new entity demonstrated that it has a functioning government. Do we not have a functioning government? We have our functioning government. We have it. You have seen them. They are doing their job outrightly. Their job is not to go and rent a place in Washington, D.C. and gather fellow blacks, hire them to come and address them. And they told us that the congressmen are busy, that they are watching them on television. Could you imagine? How does it sound? How does it sound on your ear? The new entity demonstrated that there has a functioning government and the capacity to enter into relation with other states. With a divine, they said two of the key criteria for a stakehold on international law. as defined by the Montevideo Convention.
The path to recognition. The process of gaining international recognition is a political one, but the declaration provides the necessary groundwork. The Chief of Staff would use it to 1.
Listen, before we go into 1. The process of getting international recognition is a political one, but the declaration provides the necessary groundwork. The Chief of Staff, have we had it again? Dr. NGOZI ORABUEZE as the Chief of Staff, we use it to do what? Listen.
Petition foreign governments. The declaration is sent to foreign ministries and heads of state to formally request recognition. It becomes the basis for diplomatic negotiations.
Are you hearing it? Protecting foreign governments. The declaration is sent to a foreign ministers and the heads of the state to formally request recognition. It becomes the basis of the diplomatic negotiation. Any country we tendered our document to, we start negotiation with them. Negotiation is not a quick reaction. It's not a miracle. It takes a time, because those countries that we have submitted our declaration document into through our office of our COS, Chief of Staff, and the government of Biafra, those countries will sit down to read and look if what we put there is true and how they can be able to support us. So that is why international recognition is not a quick action. Listen to this.
2. Seek UN membership. Gaining a seat at the United Nations is the ultimate form of international recognition. A declaration of independence is a crucial step in the application process. A positive vote from the UN General Assembly or the Security Council implicitly recognizes the new state.
You hear it? Seeking UN membership, gaining asset as the asset to the United Nations is the ultimate form of international recognition. A declaration of independence is a crucial step in the application process. A positive vote from the UN General Assembly by the Security Council implicitly recognize the new state. If we did not declare it, we cannot apply, because you must apply with the document. This is the work of the COS when a leader is being arrested. No other person. Go and check anywhere. Unless if the structure of the freedom fighter did not have a COS. If he has a deputy, the deputy will take over. Obato Obie, they also maintain that status quo of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, abolishing deputy and use Mazi Nnamdi Kanu use DOS. Master use COS, the one that the world knows in this modern century, in this our 21st century. For us to be a member, to seek for membership of international recognition, we must present our official document, and they will go through it before they can give us recognition. Listen.
3. Encourage de facto recognition. Even before formal recognition, the declaration can be used to open trade relations, sign treaties, and establish other forms of cooperation with sympathetic countries. This de facto recognition strengthens the new country's position and increases pressure on other nations to follow suit.
Are you hearing it? Before formal recognition, the declaration can be used to open a trade relation, sign treaties, and establishing other form of cooperation with sympathizers countries. Do you see a declaration? Why is it very important? That is why Nigerian government paid to stop the declaration. That is why Nigerian government paid to stop our declaration, because they know that declaration ends every matter. That's in Kefanema will go. That's why they fought through to a nail. So when you see anybody Who stand and told you that Oba told the SL that they should not declare Biafra independence unlike Finland? Because that person is an agent of Nigeria. Now, the de facto recognition strengthened the new country position and increased pursuit of other nations to follow suit. When we are in de facto under bridge, a country like Eritrea, Amazonia, recognize us. I hope you understand this. De facto is a primary process to lead to international recognition and also for a declaration of a new country.
Challenges to overcome. While a declaration of independence is essential, it doesn't guarantee success. The new country must still demonstrate effective control over its territory, and its government must be stable. The process can be long and difficult, and it's heavily influenced by the geopolitical interests of major world powers. However, the declaration remains the critical first step that transforms the liberation movement into a formal entity on the international stage.
I hope you heard it clearly. Why is the declaration of independence or easy? Or bring her back, but not nothing no bank says the new country must still demonstrate effective control over a territory. Today we have the 40 states of United States of Biafra who are under the government of Biafra, who are under the United States of Biafra, led by NGOZI ORABUEZE. You have, when they have meeting, when they have problems, the government will come in and solve the problem. That's to prove to you that the government is effective control over its territory, and its government must be enabled. The process can be long and difficult before we get international recognition, and in a heavily influenced by the geopolitical interests of major world power. However, the declaration remains the criteria, first step that transform a liberation movement into a formal entity of the international stage. Our declaration has transferred us into all this. Are you listening? You see the impact of declaration, and now you can see the work of the COS. I hope you are following. These are the part of the things that we all must continue to do to enable us to support your government, to know that getting international recognition is not, they say it might be difficult, but it must surely come. It's gonna come because of the document that the NGOZI ORABUEZE, the government have in their hand. Everything is in line to happen. And what I said here, listen, the deal has begun. After Chief of Staff listened to the leader of liberation fighter, of freedom fighter, made a declaration of independence for a new country, can Financial Secretary take over as the DPM? Pay attention. Do not panic, because they want to prove to us everything that we need to know. Because in this document, they will not hide anyone from you. Remember, our phone and call are still available. If you wish to call on number +9 733 60 51 337.
Whether a financial secretary can become the Deputy Prime Minister, DPM, after a declaration of independence depends entirely on the political structure and chain of command established by the liberation movement.
Do you hear that? Our in chain of command of this Biafra liberation movement is not there. That is why you have office of DOS, office of COS. I'm referring to IPOB1 Nigeria. For those who are fighting against NGOZI ORABUEZE today. But what happened is this: whenever Tobias take over, people fought him. That is the same thing happening today. In our own strength of command, we are not using Nowhere. They said it depends. But when it comes to international law, you had it here that a secretary cannot. Here is not a Nigeria where a bank manager becomes a governor of a state or becomes a head of state. It's not proper. We can't do that. It's not. The chief of staff rule. Listen.
There is no universal rule. The chief of staff's role. In this unique scenario, the chief of staff acts as the de facto leader of the movement, but their power is not necessarily absolute. Their primary role is to ensure the movement's survival and success by following the imprisoned leader's directive to protect the mandate. This does not automatically grant them the power to appoint a new DPM. Their actions must be seen as legitimate by the other factions and key figures within the movement. The Declaration of Independence is a key part of this strategy, but it doesn't automatically create a formal government with established roles. The financial secretary's role. A financial secretary's role in a liberation movement is often to manage the movement's finances, including fundraising, handling foreign aid, and managing the treasury for a future state. This is a critical role, as financial resources are essential for the struggle. However, it doesn't inherently make them the next in line for political leadership.
Do you hear it? A financial secretary is not even in line in a political leadership. A financial secretary rule in a liberation movement often to manage the movement finance, including funding, handling foreign aid, and managing the treasure for the future state. This is a critical rule as an externally for the struggle. However, it does not inherit making him the next line for the leadership, for political leadership. A financial secretary is not a member of INTO when it's come to political movement. No, he's not there. Let's continue. I want us to know one thing.
Factors determining succession. For the financial secretary to take over as DPM, several things would need to be true. Political seniority. The financial secretary would need to be a senior and respected member of the movement's political or military leadership. Their position as financial secretary alone would not be enough. They would need to have significant influence and a strong following. The leader's pre-approved plan. The imprisoned leader may have had a pre-existing plan for succession in case of their arrest or death. If the financial secretary was already designated as the second in command, then they would have the authority to assume the role. Support of key factions. The chief of staff would need to gain the support of other key leaders, both political and military, for this appointment. Without a unified consensus, appointing a new DPM could lead to internal power struggles, which would undermine the movement and its mandate. In most cases, the chief of staff would either assume the DPM role themselves to maintain stability, or...
Now, this is area I want to show. You had an Ogen Kere as a financial secretary, does not have these things that he claiming. That is why America, the congressman ran away, because he's in the position of a new country. He is not a political. That word, financial secretary, is not included when it's gone to political movement because it's a appointee position. And there is a criteria of his own position separate, not like the office of the chief of staff. And they said, if the new country, if the leader was arrested, that they are not going to rush to bring a new DPM outside, or deputy prime minister outside, or acting prime minister. Do you see how Imam Madwabuden was colluded with Nigeria to destroy the movement? They said bringing another acting prime minister or DPM may bring a power vacuum to scatter everywhere. Do you see how Nigeria in Planet Ogen gives one Madwabu for them to destroy the movement? I told you, this law, these articles, they don't hide anything. They are not hiding anything for anybody. They want you to know the truth and know it better. That they don't need to rush. In within 24 hours, Imam Madu Abu them, the so-called position that COS, they all are under COS, are the one calling her to come. Now again, when you elected person, imagine the nonsense. Our people lack of knowledge is our problem more and more, and the hatred inside our life. That the group does not have power to elect a DPM. Now, in whose position? In most cases, the chief of staff would either assume the DPM rule by themselves to maintain stability, or would appoint, would all of the COS like here, or may anybody appoint, or not like her. Now the position is her own. That the position is her own. The decision would be a purely pragmatical and political one on the other base of the predetermined a legal constitutional framework, as the framework does not yet educate anyone to be the acting prime minister. In the quest of this, the position lies on the head of the chief of staff. What Imam Madabudem did is what created power vacuum within 24 hours. And here they tell they don't know, because of the COS that international said that that we don't have to rush to appoint acting prime minister, even though that if we are going to appoint, it's not going to be a financial secretary. That if we are going to appoint her, that she will the finance secretary relinquishes her position out to chief of staff to give it to another person. But na COS own now in most cases, the chief of staff would either assume the DPM rule in her own case. She will not relinquish her office of chief of staff because she's acting. That is why she hold her position, and also that's why I told you here that because of international politics. Because of what? International politics. That is why she has the position. Using British government in exile to make a declaration for a new country. After declaration, what next?
After a bridge government in exile makes a declaration of independence, the real work begins. The declaration itself is a symbolic and political act, but it's only the first step. The next stage is a multifaceted effort to turn that political statement into a tangible, recognized reality.
Do you hear this? Do you hear this? Wisdom, you're welcome. I see you. Thank you so much. Please like and share as you come. After a British government in exile makes a declaration of independence, the real work begins. The declaration itself is a symbolic and the political act, but it is only the first step. The next stage is multiple-faceted effort to turn that political statement into a triple recognizing reality. A triple recognizing reality. Recognition will come in. A government will come in. Capacity to build a trust with other states, to sign contracts, to sign treaties are involved. That is when they say you that the work begins. The work begins because of the declaration to remove the name of the people in that manner of what? Secession, terrorist group, insurgency. These are when the work has what began. Listen to this.
The key objectives are to 1. Gain international recognition.
Number 1.
Diplomatic offensive. This is the most crucial phase. The Declaration of Independence provides the legal and political basis for the government in exile to formally petition other countries for recognition.
Do you hear that? Getting international recognition, diplomatic offensive. This is the most critical fear. The Declaration of Independence provides the legal and the political base for the government in exile to formally petition other countries for recognition after our declaration. Who declared it? Now, can you understand when they call government in exile BRIG government? Do you understand those? That's what I told you, that the BRIG government in exile, they are all under United States of Biafra after our declaration. That is the government in exile. Are you following? The government will launch a diplomatic campaign to convince other nations that it is the legitimacy. Listen.
The government will launch a diplomatic campaign to convince other nations that it is the legitimate representative of the people and that the new country meets the criteria for statehood under international law, as outlined in the Montevideo Convention. This means having a permanent population, a defined territory, a government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. The government in exile, by its nature, lacks control over the territory, so it must rely heavily on political and moral arguments. 2. Seek membership in international organizations. Gaining recognition from international bodies like the United Nations is a major goal. The government in exile will apply for membership. While a government in exile may not have a permanent seat, gaining observer status or strong support from UN member states can be a significant step toward legitimacy and a powerful platform for their cause. 3. Mobilize and consolidate internal support. A declaration of independence made in exile is meaningless if it is not supported by the people on the ground. The government in exile must work to unify resistance movements. It must act as a unifying force for all factions fighting for independence, preventing internal conflicts that could undermine the struggle. Maintain communication with the population. The government must have a way to communicate with the people inside the country, keeping their morale up and ensuring they are aware of and support the government's efforts. Build a shadow government. It will continue to build the administrative and political structures of a future state, such as drafting a constitution, designing a flag and currency, and establishing ministries. 4. Secure military and financial aid. Declarations of independence often spark or intensify armed conflicts. The government in exile will use the declaration to appeal for military and financial aid from sympathetic countries. This aid is essential for sustaining the struggle against the ruling power and for eventually gaining physical control over the claimed territory. 5. Return to the homeland. The ultimate goal of a government in exile is to return to the homeland and establish itself as the de facto government. This can happen through negotiation, a successful military campaign, or a change in the political landscape of the occupying power. The Declaration of Independence is a crucial step in this process, as it provides a clear vision for the future and a basis for ending the conflict. The journey from a declaration of independence by a government in exile to full international recognition is long and uncertain. It is more of a political and diplomatic fight than a legal one, heavily influenced by the interests of major world powers. However, the declaration is the key document that kickstarts this entire process.
I hope you this English is not very deep. It's just a common English that all of us may understand very well. In summary of all this, who is this government in exile? A new declared nation. That's like our DPM will always say that we are going home to go occupy our land. You don't understand what it means. After declaration, every other thing are under the government that made the declaration with a document. Everything is under the government that makes what? The declaration of the new country. These are the basic things that we all have to understand. So when they are shouting BGRIG, it does not exist now that we are a new nation. After our declaration, BGRIG, government in exile, all of them have collapsed. The only government in exile now is United States of Biafra government, led by NGOZI ORABUEZE. Those the homeland, they call them de facto, and we all are rubbing mind together. That's why when they have problem, they bring it to the US government to solve their problems. You can see that on every platforms. There is things that are more important to do. After declaration, you have to use the name of that country you declared to seek for international recognition, not BGRIG. Listen to this. After the declaration of independence of a new country, with the name called of Biafra can be used for international recognition. Listen to this.
Yes, a declaration of independence for a new country with the name United States of Biafra could be used to seek international recognition. This is the standard procedure for a secessionist entity or a government in exile.
Now, do you know who is when they talk of government in exile? Is it popularly understanding to you right now? Yes, a declaration of independence for a new country with the name United States of Biafra could be used to seek international recognition. This is the standard produced for a secession entity or a government in exile. Our name is not Bridge. We did not declare Bridge. That is why they don't know what is the job is all about. We did not declare Bridge. We declare United States of Biafra, and it is our right to use it to seek for recognition. Listen, you hear the name Biafra again, they will remind us something, because the world will know about the name United States of Biafra right now. Listen.
Historical precedent and context. It's important to note that the name Biafra is not hypothetical. The Republic of Biafra was a real-life secessionist state that existed from 1967 to 1970, when it declared its independence from Nigeria. While the country was ultimately unsuccessful in its struggle and was reintegrated into Nigeria, its history provides a clear example of how a declaration of independence is used for international recognition. During it...
Do you hear this? Now the name has come in. It's important to know that the name Biafra is not a new something here in Agwagi. The Republic of Biafra was a real-life secession state that exists from 1967 to 1970. When it declared its independence from Nigeria, while the country was ultimately unsuccessful in its struggle and was reintegrated into Nigeria, Each history provides a clear example of how a declaration of independence is used for international recognition. Let's continue.
Its existence, the Republic of Biafra was formally recognized by 5 countries: Gabon, Haiti, Côte d'Ivoire, Tanzania, and Zambia. It also received a level of de facto recognition and support from other nations, including France and Israel, through military aid and humanitarian assistance.
Now, there is something I want to understand here. During its existence, the Republic of Biafra was formally recognized by 5 countries: Gabon, Haiti, Côte d'Ivoire, Tanzania, and Zambia. It also received a level of de facto recognition and the support from other nations, including France and Israel. Now, do you know why France did not support us fully? Because France wanted oil that we will give them oil for some years, or for them to come into our land and be managing our oil from us. And Chukwuemeka refuse and they run away. That is why they give us de facto recognition, not international and official recognition like what they did in time of America. It's quite different. Israel was just a little support, not fully. That's why I said, if Israel claim that we and them are Judaism, we are the same Christian, they must come fully this time around to support United States of Biafra. Does it mean that Netanyahu is not seeing all the things about to be said about them and all the support and all the messages he sent to him when he was under attack? You see the game that they are playing. We must continue.
The process of seeking recognition. Today, if a group were to declare the United States of Biafra, the declaration would be used as a diplomatic tool in the following ways.
Okay.
Formal petition. The leadership would send the declaration to the governments of other countries and international organizations, such as the United Nations, African Union, and other regional bodies, as a formal request for recognition. Diplomatic mission.
Do you hear the work right now? The leadership would send a declaration document to the government of other countries and international organizations such as United Nations, African Union, and the other regional bodies as for requests for recognition. It's our right. Do you think that immediately we send it, they will get it to us? No, that's why I told you the recognition is not about magical. It's not what you think. It's other normal things that have to follow in between in what we are doing. Diplomatic mission. Listen.
The group would establish diplomatic missions or send envoys to sympathetic nations to lobby for their cause.
Do you hear it? That is what your government is doing. And I said, government, do not throw your lobbies and the congressmen outside, because Nigeria can do undo. What Nigeria does not exist. They can bribe the whole world as they are bribing from day one. Nigeria can go to any country, seek for loan for them to be bribed another country, and they will owe the debt. So far, they accomplished their mission. Do you know how much Nigeria bribed Finland? And what they promised them? The same oil is the problem. That oil that chased America away to support us. That the same oil that chased France away to get full support. That the same oil that even America, even Israel, because I count all of them together. Because they are not doing what they're supposed to do. When it's come to a black man, it does not matter. If this thing happened to another country, they are white, Israel could have picked up and stand for them no matter what they're passing through today. I must tell you the truth. These are facts and figures that we all must know. The group would establish a diplomatic mission or send a neighbors to sympathize nation to lobby for their cases. I told you, it's country that we lobby up, that they are going to lobby for them to tell UN and all these bodies of countries, all these bodies of nations to organize us or structures. Do you understand?
Legal arguments. The declaration would be used to present a legal case for statehood, arguing that the new entity meets the criteria of international law, e.g., a defined territory, a permanent population, a government, and the ability to conduct international relations.
Do you see why declaration is very important and diplomatic missions are very important to what we are doing? So when you are listening to all this that is coming out here, then you may understand everything that is happening. That your government is doing all these things. The declaration would be used by presenting a legal case for statehood. What is he presenting to them? Without his signature, without a stamp. And who are you before? I am a secretary. I am a financial secretary, who is now happen to be the ATM. Imagine. That is why the congressmen are running away, because in the criteria of what he claimed, he is not belong there. He didn't belong there. Arguing that the new entity met the criteria of international law, e.g., defined territory, a permanent population, a government, and the ability to conduct international relations. These are the criteria.
Appealing for support, the declaration would be a central part of a broader political and humanitarian campaign. The leadership would use it to highlight the grievances that led to the declaration and to appeal for military, financial, and humanitarian aid. Challenges to overcome. However, simply having a declaration is not enough to guarantee recognition. The success of the United States of Biafra in gaining international recognition would depend on several factors. Effective control. The most significant challenge for a government in exile is to demonstrate that it has effective control over the territory it claims.
Now, who are the one are in exile? United States of Biafra government, not BGRIG. It does not exist. Even in terms of a name, in terms of movement, that name Bridge is not under. International does not even recognize that name Bridge in terms of freedom fighting for a new country. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Most significant challenge for government in exile is to demonstrate that it is effective control over the territory that he claims that he has. Are you following? Political willing other nations.
Political will of other nations.
Other nations.
Recognition is a political act, not just a legal one. Countries will grant or withhold recognition based on their own national interests, which might include their relationships with Nigeria, the potential for regional instability, and their economic interests, such as oil, unity of the movement, any internal divisions or power struggles within the Biafran.
No, let's hold on. We pass very fast. Recognition is a political act, not just a legal one. Countries will grant or withhold recognition based on their own national interests, in which might including their relations with Nigeria. Some people who are around will talk, what is our recognition? What is our relation with Nigeria? Those countries that Nigeria gave oil, if you give a document, they will first think of the business of the oil. That is why Finland refused to be a mediator between us and Nigeria, despite having to call them out and submit the document for you to be a mediator to solve this problem that is coming. And what do? They colluded with the Nigerian government to do otherwise. They colluded with Nigeria to do otherwise. That's what we find out. That's what we see. Because of their interest of oil. That is why the government give them gas business oil in Lekki Toll Gate. You see the reason. They mention it here. They know that United States of America has been declared, but that we are going. There is things that we are going to overcome, problems that we are going to overcome. All these things are there under what we are doing, in which might including their relationship with Nigeria, the potential for recognition, instability, and their economy stress such as oil. It is because of this oil. That is why Finland refused to be a mediator. That is why Finland did what they did because of oil, because of the interest of oil. But they refused that the oil belongs to Simon Eber. The oil that they were talking about is where? In Simon Eber's region. Let me put it that way. I want you to know that everything is happening for a reason. But today, Finland has messed themselves up. Let us continue.
Movement would make it more difficult for foreign governments to take their claims seriously. In summary, a declaration of independence for the United States of Biafra would be the necessary first step in a long and difficult diplomatic campaign for international recognition, but it is by no means a guarantee of success.
What I want to understand here, that our name has started ringing bell on the international global stage. What is our name? Our name is not bridge to use it to gain recognition for Biafra. No, we will use the name in summary. A declaration of independence for the United States of Biafra would be the necessary first step in a long and difficult diplomatic campaign for international recognition. But it is by the I didn't want to hear very fast like that, my people. It is a long time movement. It's a difficult one. Now, that's why I told you, the way you are today, are you as in person use your father's name to go and look for a job? Are you not using your name to look for a job? Today, the Biafran people must use the name United States of Biafra to do what? To achieve declaration. That is what is going to be in our document. I welcome those who are just coming in. I see you, Asatina. Good evening from here. I see Mado. I see Petra 70040. I see you. Thank you for welcome, my brother. We are moving. Now, bring again your pen and your paper, because we are going to search for this name called bridge. We are going to, after declaration of independence for a new country with a bridge government in exile, can they fall back under bridge to get international recognition? Yes, I wish they would release their mistake. That is why I'm written on their name that they have made a mistake. That they could have asked Simon, we want oil. Finland, if Germany supported you, the other countries supported you to fight against Russia, for people to be free, why can't you support Simon? Who, or you said he's inciting terrorism, he's inciting in Eastern region. The Eastern region is where the oil is. Oil you are seeking. They use pipe to bring it to where you, the government give it to you. But where the oil is original is those that you are fighting against them. You fight against, you detain somebody who owns that oil, and you think that oil will reach your country. It can never. You bring a disastrous into your country, whether you like it or not, no matter how you claim to be. Because of that, because of this act, Finland will be going down day in, day out, because Nigeria is not a country. Nigeria is stealing oil in our land because Nigeria did not have a formal document of declaration, but we have, and we made it in your country. After that, what happens? It's better you realize your mistake. This is my Simon, because you have committed a crime. We must continue.
The phrase fall back under a bridge is not a recognized term or concept in international law or diplomacy. It's likely a creative or metaphorical expression. However, we can analyze what it might mean in this context and whether it would be a viable strategy for a government in exile. Interpreting the phrase metaphorically, falling back under a bridge could be a metaphor for 1. Returning to a clandestine or underground status. The government might be seeking to return to its roots as a resistance movement, operating from a hidden or non-official location. 2. Relinquishing its formal diplomatic role. The government might be giving up on formal state-to-state relations and focusing on building popular support and conducting the liberation struggle from within the country. 3.
That's what is here. You see, when some English that is going on, you need to pay attention to listen. Forget the big name of the English. Listen to the small ones so you may understand it. How could you declare a country and you fall back? How could you declare a movement and you decided to go back from the movement you declared? And he said no, that I'm not going to. That simply means na amushakwa gi tiki gachi azu na afọ. Mosera pogo no logo, ima mbu ebu, ima kuli ekuli. That name will bridge or bridge government in exile. Even under international law, they did not recognize it. They know that it's a something that people use to get a bigger movement into what they are doing. The government might be giving up. No, na ike agwụga anyị na anyị achọzi Biafra. They will not give up. That is meaning of fall back. Fall back means give up of the cause of Biafra. Na anyị achọzi na ike adịghị anyị. They we don't want, like what DOS represented. The same thing are falling back represented. You had it here. How could we be focusing on only building population? Popular support. That is what DOS are doing. That is why you see them carrying placards, carrying banners on the road. We are no longer in that era. We are ready. We are prepared to become a nation. Let's continue. Admitting a loss of legitimacy. Fall back. Admitting a loss of legitimacy to right to do anything. Organized. It could mean that the government in exile has failed its mission. When you declare a nation and you fall back with the name so-called bridge government. Listen.
Admitting a loss of legitimacy. It could mean that the government in exile has failed in its mission and is returning to a state of being merely a group of political dissidents, not a claimant to statehood.
Do you hear it? Do you hear that? Am I the one saying it? It could mean that the government in exile has failed its mission and it's returning to the state where Nigeria is. That is what the power to have to be a state on our own. That is meaning of fall back. Is it what you wish yourself? Now, do you have the full meaning of fall back? Admitting a loss of legitimacy. It could mean that the government in exile has failed its mission. Now, mission I fail, Luko. That is why you fall back. It's when your mission fail, you fall, you sit back. When you lose the exam, repeat a class. These are common, simple things. Let's continue.
Is this a viable strategy? From a practical and legal standpoint, falling back under a bridge would be a counterproductive strategy for gaining international recognition. Here's why. Recognition requires...
Listen. I hope you have understand what the government did. Falling back under bridge would be a counterproductive. There is no need in Eba. Oh, you banner sometimes one you got to. So, gaining of international recognition. How could we use it? Oh, you're listening. Before after this session, we will allow call to come in.
As statehood, to be recognized as a new country, a political entity must meet the criteria of the Montevideo Convention: a permanent population, a defined territory, a government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. A government that falls back under a bridge is doing the opposite of what's required. It is giving up on its claim to be a formal government, and it's
a government that fall back is doing the opposite thing. They are doing the backward thing. Falling back under bridge is doing the opposite of what required. Falling back. Now after declaration, I fall or back. Do you that na opposite of what required? Now in a mezi that is fall back. In a movement of after declaration, you fall back. In the name of bridge. To get recognition. I say now that is why the American Congress are running away from Ogenkere. Only that name bridge or falling back does not suit under to do what it's supposed to be as a new country. I hope you are following. Let me allow you to play.
Ability to engage in international relations. A retreat, not an advance. A declaration.
Listen very carefully. It is giving up on its claim to be a former government, and it is ability to engage international recognition, because he can never gain international recognition. He has to fall back. And it also claimed that he had to be a government. I hope my people, you are getting touched on what we are saying. Falling back is the worst thing that could ever happen to us. Falling back is no-go area. After a declaration, you fall back to the bridge structure of government in exile. No. If bridge government in exile is okay to seek international recognition without a document of the declaration, why you have to make it mandatory that we must declare a new nation? And they told you here, a criteria for a new nation, that declaration is involved. That is, document is what we use to apply for recognition under international laws, under nations, other countries. Now, when we are fall back under bridge, now you may have a country. Now, you government. Now, you could say, Nigeria. Upon here, simple thing, no mean. No, you will last forever. Because some of swear about the Yemi and about the Yemi and Bissimi, people don't way. A declaration of independence is meant to be a step forward. A declaration of independence meant to be a step forward, not fall back.
Of independence is meant to be a step forward, a formal proclamation to the world. A subsequent retreat from that position would signal to the international community that the government is not serious, lacks effective control, and does not have the unified support to maintain a formal presence. It would destroy any diplomatic momentum gained from the declaration.
In Ugonia now, the falling back on that bridge. Hey God, what? Because of money. Because of money. A formal proclamation to the world in subsequent react from the position would simply to be international community that the government is not serious. If international global community or countries here that Biafran people, even Finland, the Funai declare shall fall or back, aga say na anya emere again, na anya di okwa serious. International community that the government is not serious, lack effective control, and does not have the uniform support to maintain a formal process. It will destroy any diplomatic momentum gathered by the declaration. Fall back. We are talking about fall back. No, but I fall back. No, get destroy our declaration. If at all, the all Biafrans are agreed to fall back. God forbid. And destroying of this declaration, we sentence Masan off for life imprisonment. Mazan no way out. All the prisons of conscience are still going to be suffering. Does not have the uniform support to maintain a formal process. It will destroy any diplomatic momentum gathered by the declaration. Nambo wagabia in recognition. Nange wabo Biafra. Nobo nambo waberuzie a western fall roll back. Has an idea serious or destroy every down thing. Or Chukwemeko the Mogo Juku accepting to reintegrate back to Nigeria or destroy the diplomatic in the 5 countries in Nigeria. It destroys it. It's not effective. Losing. Let's listen to this.
Losing international leverage. A key purpose of a government in exile is to serve as a legal and political entity that can receive aid, sign treaties, and represent its people on the world stage. Falling back under a bridge would strip the group of this status, making it much more difficult to get support from other countries.
For an hour and a gem, Washington DC to see congressmen. For an hour and a gem, had Jaffa bridge. After the fall back, when falling back under bridge will strip the group of the status, making it more difficult to get support from other countries. Is it what we want? No country will give Ogen recognition to the world under the bridge of fall back. It's not happening anywhere. And that's why I told you, what you hear in this platform is not what you think and what you know. And that things you are present from another platform. I am neutral from different opinion. I want us to know that thing that the world hid from us. Losing international leverage. A key purpose of a government in exile is to serve as a long and political entity that can receive aid, sign treaty, and respect it of peoples of the world stage. Falling back under bridge will strip the group of this status, make it more difficult to get support from other countries. Listen in summary of everything.
In summary, a government in exile's primary mission after a declaration of independence is to build and project a sense of legitimacy and competence to the world. A move that could be interpreted as a retreat or a return to an informal, underground status would work against this goal. Gaining international recognition requires a government to be a visible, credible, and functioning political entity, not a group operating in the shadows.
Fallback is operating in the shadows. That is just it. Because nobody, see, when Ogenkere went to see congressmen and he come back, he was telling his gullible that the congressman there was too busy. No, maybe they have told him, please, we don't know you. We only know the document that is official, that was United of Biafra with a document. Do not come. And because of his promise is gullible, and because the government has already paid for that hall, because Ogenkere did not fund that hall, the government was the one who paid. So those congressmen sit up in their house to told him, well, we told you, don't come here, we don't know you. What is fallback? They understand it. And they know that giving Ogenkere any attention is to destroy their own image, their own reputation. That is why the congressmen run away from a criminal, a hoodlum. Look at it here. In summary, a government in exile primary mission after the declaration of independence is to build and project a sense of legitimacy to the world. A move could be interpreted as a resting return to the informal. Underground status would work against this government. DOS underground is working against Biafran people. Ogenkere falling back is working against the Biafran people. Getting international recognition requires a government to be valuable and functioning political entity, not a group operating in the shadow. Every member of fallback, CRC, Adando, and all with DOS after the declaration, all of them are working in the shadow. They will not get anything. International recognition is only on this government that was declared with independence, with a document, can get this international recognition from us. Support your government. Stop being fooled. Listen to this. They start from the beginning, you thought he's favoring the British government in no, one is reaching to the where the decimal point is, they list it out to you. One thing I like about this international recognition, international document is that they don't hide everything. They make everything primary to you, so you may choose. Continue working in shadow, fall back. Continue. Our line is open, +9 733 6051 337. +9 733 6051 337 if you wish to call as we continue. I hope you have heard it clearly. No, fall back, you are pushing back. But that's a declaration of government in exile is to project and make the movement moving forward to seek for international recognition. Not when they fall back. How could you work with our back? How would you fall back? They are working in shadow. In shadows. That is what international law presents to us. After the creation of a new country, under government in exile, after the declaration, can fall back to old British government to help the new country government get international recognition. Everything are in between. Everything is on the line. But as we continue, let me also thank those on the comment section. I see you, Jelewine. Thank you so much. Asatina. Thank you so much. I see you, Onyangos. You're welcome. Good evening from here. I see you, Blessing. Good evening. Margaret, good evening. Coach 042, good evening. NGOZI, good evening. Blessing, good evening. Thank you so much. That is why he doesn't want to be Ogenkere never, because he was a well-paid agent of Nigeria. I am telling you with this I read just now, with this document, that Ogenkere is not even the one who paid for that building. That's all. No. Nigeria government, the sponsor, paid for it, for them to use it to do propaganda and do more cocoa and now I have understand that falling back is like somebody walking in his shadows. And then difficult. Yes, who is that person who is falling back? Even in your business. When you lose money that started afresh from a business, do you know how you feel? Do you know how you feel? If you know how you feel, whenever you fall back, whenever you lose your business and you want to start afresh, that is what they are saying. Even the most worst thing is to fall back. With what we read here, the most worst thing is to fall back. I see you say. Pay attention. Do not just get the conclusion when I'm bringing the documents out to you, because what I think to bring this in out, honestly, is such what I know. Listen to this. Remember this headline: after the creation of a new country under government in exile, because that is where we are before we declare Biafra. That is truth. We are not disputing that fact. Can fall back to old bridge government help the new country to get international recognition? Listen. Remember that our line is open in case if you want to call.
This is a complex and nuanced question that touches on the delicate balance between political strategy and international law. The user's phrasing "fall back to old bridge government" is metaphorical, but we can interpret it to mean reverting to a previous, less formal status. The government in exile, having declared independence, decides to abandon that formal declaration and return to being a bridge government, a more informal or interim body focused on managing the transition or the armed struggle.
Do you hear that? The government in exile, having declared independence, decide to abandon that formal declaration and return to bridge, return to be a bridge government. More information on interim body forces on managing the transition or the armed struggle. Now, after declaration, fall back here. Now, he abandon our declaration. They will now go and be doing what now? After we have abandoned our declaration, that we know it takes us to go and declare it. That is why all of them refuse the declaration, because they know that the declaration will stop their evil work and they did not have a position in the government. And because they all was well paid when Obato Obie is here, because the name of Obato Obie removed in the bridge government of falling back on September. Why Obato Obie have problem when on November? Think of it. Then you will know who are those from when Nigeria government starts sponsoring Ogenkere. When Obato Obie will call for Ogenkere to give an account, Ogenkere will tell that he's going to Washington, that he's on his way to Washington DC. That is when he was busy having a meeting with Nigeria government on what to do and planning his evil job. But they came late, because the Biafran people are protecting the mandate. The mandate, if you are following from the beginning, the mandate is what? Declaration of independent state of Biafra. That is the mandate. The mandate is also what we read is to make that our leader Simon was released by after declaration. Once we get international recognition, they are political prisoners. They must be released. Listen to this.
A tactical retreat. The government realizes the declaration of independence was premature and that they need to consolidate their position before making such a bold claim. The viability of...
Before you make a bold claim of falling back onto the name of structural bridge government in exile, you must think. Listen. The viability of falling back.
Falling back. In general, a government in exile falling back to a less formal status would be counterproductive to its goal of gaining international recognition. Here's a breakdown of why. 1. Loss of credibility. A declaration of independence is a solemn and definitive act. Retreating from it would be seen as a sign of weakness, internal disunity, or a lack of seriousness. It would signal to the international community that the government in exile lacks the confidence or capacity to follow through on its most significant political act. 2.
Do you hear this number one? You do hear this number one? Losing of credibility. A declaration of independence is a solemn and effective act. Reacting from it would be seen as a sign of weakness. If we fall back, they see us that we are weak. Internal destiny or a lack of seriousness in the fall back. It would would signal to the international community that the government in exile lack the confidence of capacity to follow through on its most significant policy acts. When we fall back, it shows that we are not serious, we are weakness, that we cannot we can't compete with international communities. The government just when the government of Israel lack the confidence of capacity of following through on the most significant political acts when we fall back. Number 2.
Weakening the legal claim. International recognition is often granted to entities that demonstrate the characteristics of a state, even if they lack effective control over their territory. A formal declaration of independence is a key piece of evidence that a government exists and has the, quote, capacity to enter into relations with other states. Abandoning this would weaken the legal and political basis for recognition.
I hope you are following. I hope you are hearing what I'm hearing. Eh? Please, when you come, please like and share. Let others know what we are doing here. Subscribe. This page is BIAFRA TV if you wish to. I'll be here for going to 3 hours. If you check the past 2 hours, we use this document to present what it means when Abato OBS said, NGOZI ORABUEZE, the COS, protect the mandate. The mandate, what does it mean? That is the main thing that we started from it today. Weaken the legal claim. International recognition is often granted to the entity that demonstrated the characters of a state. The character of a state, not characters of bridge and falling back. Even if they lack effective control over their territory, a formal declaration of independence is a key piece of evidence that a government exists and has the capacity to enter into relations with other states. Abandoning this would weaken the legal and the political basis of recognition.
3. Ambiguity and confusion. What exactly is a bridge government? The term is not one found in international law, unlike government in exile. A formal government in exile has a clearer, if often contested, status. Reverting to a more ambiguous, non-legal term would only confuse potential allies and make it harder to rally international support.
Do you hear it? No gain because they are well-paid agents from Nigeria. They want to make it hard for us to gain international recognition. That is why he is doing shenanigans in Washington D.C., claiming he wants to see congressmen, and congressmen, being understand the law, refuse to see the criminal because they know that we made of a declaration that we have a government. They all knew that we made a declaration and we have a government. What actually is a bridge government? The terms is not found in international law. Unlike government in exile, A former government in exile has a clearly, if often considered a status, retrieving to a more ambiguous, non-legal term would only confuse potential allies and make it harder to read international support. Now, sorry, it's like we have a phone call. What is going on here? Did I put you on silent again? Please hold on. Let me see. It's like I am. Hold on, my people. Okay, we have a call. Sorry, I was on silent. Don't even know. Yes, we have a call here. Asatina. Good evening from here. Good evening.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good
yes.
evening.
Good evening, my sister. You're welcome, Ijele Wine. Thank you so much.
Good evening from my end. BIAFRAS, good evening all over the world watching. Good evening. Please click like and share, please. Thank you so much, my dear brother Chino. Thank you so much for the wonderful work you doing for BIAFRAS. Biko na ụmụnne m ka m were n'olu be anyị wee kwuo biko na ụmụnne unu na-anụkwanye ntị m na-anụ. Now, is it not dawn on us that oge nkere ha na ndị paymasters ha kpara ihe akpa? Is it not done on us? I can take I know gini before we know that I can go this thing, just start from the beginning. Start from the day after the job only around 24 hours. But you know, are you there?
Yes. Na-ekwu ọkwa na mbido ebe a i-project mandate a gwara m project the mandate na enweghị onye kwesịrị take over the office of prime minister or claim to be acting prime minister. Na so far enwere COS na the position is on the COS for the house to be in peace. Na need he generate anybody or elect anybody to be an acting president, acting deputy. Na DPM automatically becomes the chief of staff automatically becomes the DPM.
By default, I know. Woman, just when you go to 1 minute or 1 moment, take your memory back how this thing started. These people, and the paymasters para this thing how many 24 hours into the rubber I went to news. Now, a job at all. Now, they were calling me to assignment question. Whoever, they didn't one way. I wouldn't never see Imam Madab, where is the money? And I thought when you got to know over top, they don't follow. What happened? And I got caught. You go your mom, he had a leave it good or even too much. How raised they couldn't even wait. They wanted to put Ogenkere there so that Ogenkere got there. We champion all this fallback thing, this cancellation of redeclaration. They wanted to push Ogenkere immediately to go in there, become the ATM, so that Ogan was able to push all this agenda of fallback, agenda of cancellation of redeclaration.
Yes.
Now, what are we doing now? With all these things, and our guru never now. Okay, now look at it. Chimo, here now. Here now, go again. It's better no redeclare the redeclare. That no redeclare at all. What?
Now the world will get the second Gasina, they are serious.
It shows weakness. It shows that you are not serious at all. You don't know what you're looking for. No come that you did not redeclare yet. That you declared and then fall back. Nobody will negative a hold of your territory. It's better you hold it on.
You are the direction. You hold on it. Do not fall back.
that redeclaration of your new country is better. It supersedes you falling back to your former.
Yes. Because now you are a weaker person. No, the very weak, no strength. Now falling back about the worst thing you get meant to fall back. In the eyes of international global community, now deny recognition.
Recognition. Of course, it shows that we not be ready.
That is why. That is why the congressmen who understand what is playing out refuse to see Ogenkere. And when I go now the congressmen are busy now watching at television. Imagine.
The congressmen. That part.
Yes.
I think that part is one day.
Yes.
All those people, BIAFRAS made that their nonsense meeting, analyze. You know what they are going to do with BIAFRAS. Now how to do it. Now I got half a year there.
So Jakarta is important now.
Important.
You find out that they have a well arrangement with the Nigerian government and the congressmen. The congressmen man declare go Biafra. That is why. And how many when they made their declaration. So congressmen actually made a mistake. You know how that dali you have they on their own. That is why it won't offer. Nobody comes out.
At the end of this thing, Biafras all over the world. Let me just leave it. Appreciate that woman. Don't worry.
The time is
Don't
coming.
worry.
The time
Everything now come now up to the puzzle. And we are just close to.
We are very close. Very close.
We are close to finishing the puzzle. Everything. All this last one.
We have asked the new country we face challenges and difficulties. But for them to standing on their mandate of declaration that the international body, for them submitting their documents with their grievances, that they will have a pity from the international body for them to give them recognition. What are you still waiting? Why are you being deceived?
Okay, Kerry. What am I even saying? Okay, Kerry, when you get change the documents. Operate everything. Where is your president? Where is your only Kaiga go to Arabia? Only Kaiga go Arabia. Is it not done on us? Or one year now, very, very clearly. Okay, Kerry. And I'm not into this thing alone. And wherever the Ija, wherever the Ija.
Oh, Panama, we are not okay, and get a meeting. I want a 5-man delegate meeting. And they put now that meeting. Now, 2 people see abroad, now one of work, one of one. So, how more they the meeting now? We don't land the car no again. If we can we just look at a carbon copy of DOS. Is what is presented.
Exactly.
A carbon copy of it. In a follow back, you underground. Look at how they describe even how we're gonna far bridge government in exile. Now under international norms, now when how many help self. Look at what they was describing it. Up to Allah drag BRIG all my sort of spelling call my government.
Ima dancing, I'm a video he can hold to search engines to book.
Yes.
The thing is that BRIG personalized.
Yeah.
Biafra Republic. That place is joining. Government in exile, just government in exile.
Yes, when you get government in exile, how you be able to ask research in here.
Exactly.
In here, I think research in here because all he gonna type. And I type in age.
Oh yeah.
Chai. My process now.
Uncle get recognized. You can't get recognized. Biafra in exile. The other one, be around Biafra. Or get him recognized because all personalized.
All personalized.
Yeah. So I am there. I could have opened the relationship. It's not on me now. I wasn't kidding with or something like that. It is done on us, honestly. We didn't know about public. We can under 24 hours, raise the name of APM. With interchange the president of Britain, who would be because why finish I finish because honestly.
Honestly, thank you so much. The only thing I ask the other people to subscribe and also like the page, also share the program. That is all I ask them. Anybody who wants to support us, we are looking for, because these fallback people, we are looking for gadgets. That is only thing that remains on this platform right now. For us, when we put it on the screen, instead of you to call on phone, you can enter with link and also be on the live and we'll discuss, because link gadget. Before the program carry because I know even that answer by is more side at least I'm about better. So I ask people to support me on this show.
Yeah, honestly, that is the only this teaching needs a good gadget. Only the very good gadget. This teaching now pampa. This is a very good information that needs to go very, very viral. People who are watching, you can be cutting some parts and be sharing it wherever, in any group or whatever. And again, please, we can do this. We know we have done it to some platforms. We can still do it for this one because this is a very. This one is exception. This one is very unique. This topic came around for how many weeks now? Almost. It's a very unique one. It's something so many of us don't have a clue. If I am at all. And once I did loaded with this information, you can go out there, even on a debate, with all these DOS, all these people can be confused. There are so many people who don't want to come close to this Biafra thing because when you're in water, it loaded with these informations. It can be very, very, to face anybody, to pass the information to anybody can be confused with every confidence. Honestly. So, people, please, my dear people, through Snapchat, through maybe calling Chino on the phone number, anything, once we have these gadgets, message we can sync very, very well into our people. Look at this thing, we move. Because all these things are it's not only Dr. ORABUEZE that will do this. She needs everybody.
Yes.
We need to support this government. And with all this division, it will not stop this thing, but but once this message is out there
somehow, because all the government is 7 from the phone in the space of these 3 months, now they have understand what is going on. They have turned back the hand of Basra Bridge on IPOB again. All the government is 7 on my personal line. Some of them can comment this evening, but I know they say please don't mention our name because their name is open here.
Of course.
So I don't mention their name. I keep the for themselves. There's matter 7. So that is why I said, so this research can use the result. And I said, let me continue going deep and understand everything that we are doing. Because each time you were any topic on you, let me fall back now. Just imagine this fall back. Is it not done on you now? My dear people, you know again this night on our own Abadoi. Chomo come, I remember one time Chomo come that their meeting there. Yeah.
We are fundraising. Now, what is for bank?
That is why, please,
so many people,
please, I want that video of Okoma, Chiomo Okoma.
Yes, I will look for it.
I want somebody to get it on Saturday in Jan Highline here. We will play her voice and we play all these things.
All them. I will try and search for it. All them. Honestly. So, my dear brother, continue.
Thank you so much, Thank you for coming in.
God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, my sister in a super chat or a brother, please, thank you. Candia, I thank you so much for what you did. Thank you so much. It's all about what we are doing for ourselves, because we must continue doing what we are doing. What we are doing is very simple. We only want to have a new nation. That is the most important thing into what we are doing. So nobody can stop us from what we are doing. This is the gospel truth that we all must know. Remember that our line is still open in case if you decide to call as we continue moving. As we continue. Our line is still open, please. Remember where we are. Remember where we are. In conclusion, the idea of government in exile falling back to that is not for they're all possible. Listen to this. Yeah, we have a call. We have a call right now. We have a call here. Okay. Yes, so good evening. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Thank you so much. Okay. People from the homeland. Yeah. Now when they try you, it's not easy. People from the homeland they try. My sister, go on.
I understood something as we are teaching.
Yeah.
I found out that these shenanigans that Ogenkere and his group is doing are a planned paid deal. They made this deal before ever Obatobie was arrested.
Exactly.
That was when they planned this thing. Because they know very well that Obatobie will be arrested. They know. But they kept it to themselves. That was why they were able to put their structure, their illegal structure, how they will manipulate things, how they will make everything to usurp the power to themselves. Then, had it been that the power was given to them, that they were able to capture the power, they would have destroyed everything beyond repair.
Exactly.
And in fact, Obatobie wouldn't have been where he is today.
I said this before now. By now, Obatobie is not going to be alive by now because Nigeria government will off the light by all means.
Yes.
Off his life.
Ogenkere was playing. Yes, he was playing hide and seek game because I happened to be listening under the ground when Obatobie was even around. So he was doing some program. And this Calabar one, what is the name? Akparawaka, I don't know what they called him, was asking him who will supersede him in case it is not around. When I heard that question being asked by Sonny Akparawa, I said, are these people planning something? Is there anything that is about to happen? Because it was a purposeful question. So they put it across to him to know what he will say. But thank God, with the wisdom he had, he was not able to open up to the person that would take charge.
Indirectly, Obatobie open up indirectly, and because of I was explaining what
they do not understand it.
Yes, no, they understand. They understand now. Within 24 hours, Obatobie arresting, they raised a memo to put Ogenkere there, because no one have understand. Hey, when he raise them immediately because of they have been understand and into the game very well. So waiting for Obatoobie to open his mouth and say it. Then what happened? As Obatoobie just literally explained the position of NGOZI Orabueze very well. They grab it. So immediately he was arrested. They all channel attack. They gather meeting against him that they will vote. They want the so-called Ogenkere. Well, then the question is, gịnị ka NGOZI Orabueze ka o nwere ihe NGOZI Orabueze mere ha o ji wee bụ na ọma mbụ ya? The answer bụ no. Kama because of na ha ere njikọ ọnụ odekwa bie edokwaba dị na Obatoobie ekwuzi okwu ejiri sọ na akwara awa to smooth ọrụ a ka a mara ihe ha na-eche na ọ ya bụ NGOZI Orabueze eziokwu. Now when they find out through Obatoobie na bụ eziokwu, the attack now channel on Dr. NGOZI Orabueze. So they knew.
Yeah, you are right. Because there was a day Obatoobie was trying to settle a dispute. I don't know if they were settling a dispute or whatever. And what they were saying, the kind of words and the anger that were coming out from Sonny Akparawa and Ogenkere, it looks as if they have a beef with this woman before ever.
Yeah.
That was how I understood the scenario. But Obatoobie was trying to ask them, do you people have anything against this woman before, or is just what you people explained? So these are the planned deals. And they planned this thing and smoothing it very well, waiting for the strike. So immediately the strike came, they were able to find their feet. And thank God for NGOZI Orabueze.
Honestly.
Thank God for our DPM for understanding what is playing on the ground and was able to nip it when they wanted to hijack everything, and she went ahead and made that declaration. Declaration is the only savior we have as we are speaking. Even we that are on the homeland, it is the only savior we have. Had it been that declaration was not done, I don't know what would have become of us.
Yeah, by now,
I don't know.
The worst, the hell could have loosed on anybody who is an Igbo man, who is a Biafra man. That was people do not understand, because the game is well planned. They know what will happen, but those that Obatoobie did not introduce the position of NGOZI Orabueze in time. Do you know now? Intention of NGOZI Orabueze. Now, how can NGOZI Orabueze arrest na Finland before that declaration?
Yeah.
Now the woman also know has what he's in all. So and also the woman already prepared herself for this task.
Knowing what is ahead of her.
What will happen? Chukwu prepared her in time and kept her for this time. That is why she's not panicking. She don't care. All what she cares is what favors the real Biafran people, and she maintained on that standard. That is the kind of.
I say God will bless that woman.
Honestly,
God will bless that woman. Evil eyes will never see that woman. Any way they plan it, Bible says as long as the planning is not of God, they will surely scatter. They will scatter. And
they have already scattered now. Look, they are scattering more. Look at it. From far back. Even at CRC. From CRC. Adi Orama Lawankia. From Adi Orama Lawankia with Chiamaka Jere. Chiamaka Jere was Lawazi and Kiache. So they are scattering more and more as the day are coming. And that was my prayer 24 hours. And they come through. They must scatter in 14 different ways. Kaga scatter. Because what they are doing is...
Because this plan that they made is not only them. They also use the men on ground to also consolidate their plan.
That is it.
So that when they succeeded in hijacking the power, they will now make those... They have promised those ones. That is why the people that are with the USB at the beginning, all of a sudden, all of them just when you are talking instead of when they are talking, you don't even understand what. In fact, so many of them were sold into evil. They were sold into evil.
Because they collected evil money. So you must act based on what you collected from the people who give you the money. When an occultic man gives you money for you to join, once you join, you must act like the occultic man himself. That's what happened to anybody who collected money from them and who listened to their voice, and their voice was capture them and conquer them. Remember, there's a difference between capture and conquer. Somebody can capture you, but he will not conquer you. Like these 7 people who has already called me. 4 of them was from homeland. My brother, what you did has changed my narrative. These people was captured, but they are not conquered. But those that conquered are the ones who still remain there till today.
Yeah. Because they were sold a wrong narrative.
Yes.
They were sold to a wrong narrative. It is now with this teaching and what they are seeing that their eyes is beginning to open. You know, God will always orchestrate events, and when it's rolling, it will look as if God just kept quiet and not answering. But when God wants to intervene, it will be a wonder. And thank God that God is really intervening, and we are winning, and we must win. Yes. There is nothing the devil can do about it.
The truth, so the truth will always prevail at last. But for the beginning, lies will be selling. But once truth starts prevailing, the lies will disappear with a twinkle of eyes.
Because there was somebody in my office. Yeah.
So there's no problem. We must continue to stand, because Dr. NGOZI Rebeza boy gabe grani henda. Ina mada ana eji aka amaki exam ya. That is why when I found my way of what to do, I said, I need more strength to go deep more and get the real things.
God will give you more strength.
That was just my
God will give you, will continue to strengthen you.
Amen.
God will give you, since you are in what God asks you to do, and you see that the blessing is coming out of it. Because this thing you are doing is blessing a lot of people. It's making people that do not understand. It's making people that their eyes was blind to open. So God will continue to bless you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for calling. Just be safe, please. Thank you so much. That is our sister from homeland. Imagine they are still awake up to now to listen to this program. Honestly, people like them encourage me. When I remember such people from homeland calling, honestly, I need, if there is nothing to do, I will do it more and more. Let us listen. Let us listen to this. Let us go back to conclusion. We have a call. Yeah, we must visit our people. Ozi, good evening from here.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Good evening, my senior brother. Thank you so much.
BIAFRAS in the studio all over the world, I greet you tonight. I greet you all over the world. Good evening. Mazi, like what you are just saying, I say you keep on doing the good job. BIAFRAS are listening, and the message are sinking in the heart of every BIAFRAS. We are listening, and it's making a wave. And I believe that the gullible ones are beginning to understand the truth. You know, this journey, we have not been in this part of the journey before. This part of freedom, like the way we are today now. Most of us have not been born when the Biafra was declared in 1967. But everything that happened new to us. And this teaching, this knowledge that you are synthesizing and compelling to the Biafrans, it really making a headway to what we are doing. It really helping the government, because in look of all, Ogenkere, we know that Ogenkere is a planted candidate. In politics, they always plan A, plan B, plan C.
Yeah.
You understand? So, myself personally, I wasn't surprised on what is happening. I know such expectation must be needed, because we must have such a counter, we must have such confrontation to what we are doing. So I don't think that Biafra as a thing or something that we are going to get it as easy as no. It's not gonna be easy thing. It's not gonna be easy task.
We will not value it. So Biafrans, the Israelites today value Israel because of what they passed through. So we must pass through our own. That's what we are passing through today.
So every great nation you are seeing in the world today, none of them just got the independence or freedom at the platter of God. They went a lot. They went a lot of things before they get where they are today. And we cannot be accepted. Our own cannot be accepted. So such experiences that we are going through today in the corridor of our freedom, I wasn't even surprised about it. I'm not surprised. Because I know that such an expectation must become. We should surely think, unless you're a fool. Because life, there is no shortcut to success. Most times people don't understand this principle. There's no shortcut to success. Everything must follow the rules of engagement. If you take the shortcut, you pay a spring price for it. And mind you, whoever that undermines the truth, there's always a consequence. There is always a consequence. If you take the shortcut, there is always a consequence waiting for you. That is a natural law. People don't understand this law. I'm telling you, it's a natural. If you went to, maybe assuming now you want money by all means, go and get it by all means. You will pay the price. Nobody will tell you. You will pay the price, either your life or something around you. There's always a consequence for it. So there is always a consequence for those who go contrary to our freedom, whether they like it or whether they believe it, whether he can enjoy the money today. Tomorrow he might not enjoy the money. You may be thinking that you are enjoying the money they give to you. You understand? Because you have been giving money to betray what your people are doing. You think that you will get away with it. No. You can't get away with the money. You will surely pay the spring price, either with your life or something around you.
Judas paid for his betrayal now. So everybody must pay.
Yes, he committed a suicide as a result of betrayal. So they should have learned all those things that have been happening in history.
And liars, they paid their price. So nothing will be free. Forget.
Definitely.
Had I known must come.
Definitely. Those who have betrayed the struggle, those who are going contrary to the struggle, let them have it in mind that there is a price they will surely pay. They can never get away with it. That's a very big price. We are not the one that set that price to them, but the natural law, the natural force that are superseding what we are doing are there, watching what we are doing. They are there monitoring what we are doing. Whoever that go contrary, there is a price, whether you like it or not. There is a price. So whoever that in this part of freedom is either you don't even involve yourself, rather to come into the system and mess up what we are doing and go contrary to what we are doing in the name of sabotaging what we are doing. Either you are in the home or in abroad. Be careful. Biafra freedom is not for an ordinary freedom. It is always if I am a man here or go and anything or go for no meaning there is a lot of souls who have a lot of souls have paid the spring price. So many have laid them their life for what you and I are talking today. So don't joke with it. In any single step you are doing, if you know that it's contrary to what we are doing, please exit from it before the consequences that are waiting for you, that you might not even know where your problem are coming from. You might not even know. It can affect you in any way, either in the marriage, either in the business, either way it comes. And besides, if you think that maybe nobody has seen you, you can do whatever you like, brother, there is always a consequence waiting for you. Either you are within the military of Biafra government, you are the military, you are going contrary to the rules of engagement. Be careful. There is always a consequence. Be careful with your life. Be careful of what you have around you, because they must repeat. So people should be mindful. People should be careful. You understand? Just like people always say, Dr. ORABUEZE are not doing all these things alone. Before she be in this path, before she beginning to do what she's doing today, she's already been chosen by the Okikabiam. She's already been chosen by God. Don't think that what she's doing today, she might be surprised on her way of doing things. She might be surprised to an extent. She might be surprised, I'm the one doing this. Because she already be chosen. We might not even know that you have already been chosen or then by the spring deity. And when you are doing things, you see that more wisdom, a lot will be coming to you naturally. without you thinking for it, because you already be chosen by them. And by the time you are doing it, no evil, I mentioned no evil, no amount of evil will go contrary to you. Nothing. There's nothing they can do. No forces on this earth that will go contrary until that mission is accomplished by divine makers. Yes. It's natural. Watch all the history of mankind. Those great leaders that God has chosen for them to lead their people. They must surely, unless the one that God they say, unless they defeated, and when they defeated, they pay the price. They can, when they defeated, they pay the price immediately. There's no two ways about it. We are not here to paint wells. We are not here to paint wells. She's already been chosen. So that's why I have confidence from day one of her leadership. I have that confidence that she will get where we are going to, gradual by gradual, step by step. So many people wanted her to act the other way around. No. Everybody have their own principle and approach. You must be original for you to get anything better. You must be original. You don't need to imitate people, imitate lifestyle of people. You must be original for you to get the best of you. So that's it. So many people don't understand her. They say the woman is not doing this, not doing that. She's a sabo, she's a Fulani, calling her all names. But what is happening? Now the difference is clear. Yes, the difference is clear now. Therefore, I'm beginning to see the truth. And with time, I believe everybody will understand where we are going. There's no how all of us must agree. There's no way. It can't happen. There's no, even in your little family circle, does all of you agree? There is no way both of us will agree. But there's one common goal. That common goal is just to bring freedom to BIAFRA. That's the most common goal. And we have our common enemies. And that our enemies is those in the other side of it. So everybody should be focused and know our goal, where we are here for. We are not here to paint walls with anybody. Every day, saga. Is that what we are here for? So my brother, continue your teaching. People are listening. BIAFRANs are listening. The genuine BIAFRANs are saying that you should continue doing your good work. Continue doing the campaign, sensitizing our people, telling them the truth, telling them, no, this is what they're supposed to know. Because most of us have not been in this path before. So everything they are saying here is a new thing to them. So the message is coming, is sinking in their heart. So continue to do the good work. Whatever you require to do the job, I believe with time you get all these things.
I know.
The OKK will provide it for you. They will provide it for you. So long as you are standing on the path of the truth, you will surprise how the help will come. Believe me, you surely have the help. With time, you will see that all these things that you mentioned that you needed to do to move the movement, you will surely get them. Surely, you must have it. And every chosen one, you don't lack. Every chosen one don't lack, and you will surely have whatever you want in abundantly. I eat my mouth tonight. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you for listening. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Remember, the line is still open. If you wish to call, you are free as we are moving in. Because this night, we have our time this night and tomorrow morning to move more than the way we are doing it before.
A more effective strategy for a government in exile that has declared independence but is struggling to gain recognition would be to double down on its efforts. Focus on gaining effective control. The international community, while often sympathetic to liberation movements, primarily recognizes states that have effective control over their territory. The government in exile would need to intensify its military and political efforts on the ground to demonstrate its authority. Intensify diplomatic efforts. The government in exile would use the declaration as a springboard to intensify its diplomatic campaign. This means seeking to open embassies in friendly countries, petitioning regional bodies like the African Union, and building a stronger case for why its declaration of independence should be honored. Build a stronger internal government. The government in exile must demonstrate that it is a credible and well-organized governing body. This includes developing a constitution, a legal system, and other symbols of statehood. In conclusion, the idea of a government in exile falling back to a previous status to gain recognition is likely a misunderstanding of how the process works. International recognition is about moving forward and demonstrating increasing legitimacy, not about a retreat. The Declaration of Independence, while a massive risk, is a crucial step in that forward momentum.
Thank you so much. I hope you had it that everything is not the way we think about it. There is how these things work. I did not blame anybody. I could not blame myself either. Because until when I start searching, it's only when I start finding out in all these things that we are even delaying ourselves and we are making mockery of ourselves in social media. when we said we fall back and we are fighting the government. What Ogenkere is doing, if you followed from day one, is this. He wants the international community to disregard the government. They want to put instability. They want to look like that the governments are not in charge, the governments are not effective, the governments are not controlling their people, talking about controlling the border. Now, meanwhile, the international global stage know that when a country builds the clear, now again when this sabo, so they may also understand it. But what's preceding all that he's doing is this, that the document of declaration is with Dr. NGOZI ORABUEZE. The document of Biafra declaration, which is a step one, which is the most important thing to step into, that is the government. With only that alone, the deal is very easy on our side. And the things that the government is doing right now, they are doing it under international law. So the law may be on the side of the government. The idea of falling back can never get recognition, and it simply means that those that fall back misunderstanding the process of government in exile and how a new country will get their own recognition. So there is no way. Falling back is not legitimacy, but standing and pushing forward is where the legitimacy of what we are doing is on it. We cannot control the everything that is happening to us has happened somewhere else. So do not be panicked when you see them rushing to America, claiming what they are not. So nobody will stop this movement, my people. That is why we are here for over 24 hours right now, starting from the beginning, from the mandate to every circumstances. Now, I want to play every damn thing to you, moreover the issue of the mandate, to refresh your mind when Oba told yes, ask NGOZI ORABUEZE to protect the mandate. Listen to this. If you want to record, you are free to record. I will not say a word after playing it. Please, no call. After playing this, if you don't want to call, we have only 10 minutes for call. After this, please listen.
Protect the mandate is a phrase that refers to a chief of staff's duty to safeguard the authority and legitimacy of the leader they serve. In politics, a mandate is the authority granted to a political leader or party by the people, typically through an election. It is the public's approval to enact the policies and fulfill the promises that were part of their campaign. Therefore, when a political leader is arrested and asks their chief of staff to protect the mandate, it means they are asking them to do several things. Defend the leader's legitimacy. The chief of staff would work to ensure that the public and other political figures continue to see the arrested leader as the rightful representative of the people's will. Keep the policy agenda moving. An arrest can create political chaos and derail a government's plans. Protecting the mandate means trying to keep the government's promised initiatives on track despite the leader's absence or legal troubles. Manage the crisis. The chief of staff would be responsible for handling communications, reassuring the public, and navigating the political landscape to minimize damage to the leader's reputation and authority. This phrase suggests a high-stakes situation where the chief of staff's loyalty and strategic skills are needed to preserve the leader's power and political legacy in the face of a major challenge. In the context of a liberation movement, protect the mandate takes on a different, more profound meaning than in a formal government. A liberation movement's mandate isn't a legal one granted by an existing state, it's a political and moral one, derived from the will of the people and the sacrifices of the struggle. When an arrested leader of a liberation movement asks their chief of staff to protect the mandate, it means 1. Maintain the legitimacy of the struggle. The mandate is the justification for the entire movement. It is the belief that the people have a right to self-determination, and that the leader and the movement are the rightful representatives of that desire. The chief of staff must work to ensure that the leader's arrest or any internal strife does not undermine this fundamental legitimacy. This involves a strong propaganda and public relations effort, both domestically and internationally, to frame the arrest as an act of oppression, not a legitimate legal action. 2. Ensure continuity and unity. A leader's arrest can create a power vacuum and factionalism within the movement. The Chief of Staff's primary duty becomes keeping the various military and political factions united under the banner of the cause. They must prevent internal rivalries from derailing the struggle and ensure that the movement's objectives remain clear and consistent. 3. Continue the work of the movement. This is the practical aspect of protecting the mandate. It means that despite the leader's absence, the operations of the movement, whether diplomatic, military, or political, must continue. The Chief of Staff would be responsible for diplomatic efforts, maintaining communication with international allies and supporters to ensure continued funding, arms, and political recognition. Military operations, ensuring that the armed wing of the movement remains effective and disciplined. Political mobilization, keeping the support of the people strong, ensuring they do not lose faith in the movement's goals. 4. Protect the leader's legacy and vision. The leader's vision for the new country is a core part of the movement's mandate. The Chief of Staff must ensure that this vision is not corrupted or forgotten. They are the custodian of the leader's plan for the future, whether it's a constitution, a set of social principles, or a vision for economic development. In essence, protect the mandate in this context is a call to action to prevent the struggle from collapsing in the face of the leader's arrest. It's a directive to ensure that the people's desire for independence, and the movement that represents it, remains the single unifying force until the declaration of a new country is a reality. Yes, protecting the mandate would absolutely include the declaration of independence for a new country that the leader is fighting for. In fact, it would be the ultimate and most crucial act of protecting that mandate. Here's why. The mandate is the goal. The leader's mandate isn't just to lead a movement, it's to achieve a specific, declared goal, a sovereign, independent nation. The struggle and the sacrifices made are all in service of this outcome. The leader's arrest, far from stopping this, becomes a new and powerful reason to accelerate it. Political legitimacy. A declaration of independence elevates the liberation movement from an insurgency or rebellion to a recognized political entity in its own right. It transforms the movement's legal and moral standing, both internally among the populace and externally in the eyes of the world. By declaring independence, the Chief of Staff is demonstrating that the movement is not dependent on a single individual and that the will of the people for a new country is irreversible. International recognition. A declaration of independence is a prerequisite for seeking formal recognition from other countries. In the absence of their leader, the Chief of Staff would use the declaration as a tool to gain diplomatic support, military aid, and legitimacy on the world stage. This is a critical step in isolating the colonial or occupying power and building a case for the new nation's existence. Symbolic power. The act of declaring independence in the face of the leader's arrest is a powerful act of defiance. It signals to the enemy that their actions have failed to break the will of the people. It energizes the movement's followers and serves as a powerful symbol of their collective resolve, turning the leader's imprisonment into an act of martyrdom that fuels the final push for freedom. In summary, the Chief of Staff's role in this scenario is to take the very mission that led to the leader's arrest and bring it to its logical conclusion. The Declaration of Independence is not just a part of protecting the mandate, it is the most significant and defining act of fulfilling it. It is the moment when the abstract idea of freedom is formally transformed into a new state.
I hope, my fellow Biafrans, there is what I want us to get from there. That the declaration and the standing on top of the declaration is going to remove our name from insurgency, rebel, and terrorist group. This is what the declaration has been done to us. No country will tag us name again. If you do, the government has rights to sue you between any legal standard they want to use to sue that particular person who's open his dirty mouth to call it. Do you see what people want to prevent for us to have? After you have listened to all this, then you will know that your government, that what is happening, that what they are doing the right thing under international law. That is from where I'm coming from. So I want all the Biafrans who are listening to understand it very well, that we are on the right track, that the government is doing everything to make sure that the government is what is, in fact, that everything we needed, that this government is providing for us. So do not panic, do not move an inch. Stand with your government, remain with your government. Focus on the things that the government are telling you to do. Don't change your mind for anything at all, because changing your mind is doing what? You are depriving yourself what you're supposed to be. So Biafran peoples understand the game, and we are on the final touch of this line. We must be strong. I said we must be strong. It's not like the way it is before. It's no longer that way. The way we're supposed to reason now is the way that international law are telling us to reason. For me, I said, it's no longer when I will be on social media saying things in my own way, because after that, it does not help any matter. So what helps us the most is all these documents that was been there before us. What it takes to build a new country. We have overmet those criteria. We are everywhere, my people. It's only we that on the right track can continuously believing that what we are doing is what we're supposed to do. Is what doing, in fact. What we are doing is what's doing. Because the Biafra we are seeking for, like our DPM said, we have got it. We have done what? We have got it under international law. We have got it under local law. We have got it anywhere in enemies and all. We have got it, my people. So do not be in a hurry. International recognition is not a magic miracle. It takes a time, but it will come. Nothing good that comes easy. Everything good, you must work hard to achieve it. Remember that. Remember that. Your government is doing the right thing. So, my people, this is 4 hours. We are here. We are going to close the program and wait for tomorrow morning, Biafran time, 7:30, 8 o'clock Biafran time. We are going to be alive again on a different things about international law and with our government, what they are doing, and how we can also help the government out. Our attitude in social media must be well coordinated. Now, the time we are into, it is a very good thing. It is in our own time it is happening. If you are not among those who are making this history, your own don't your own don't be that. So people of Biafra must stand up and protect by their government. Support United States of Biafra government. Led by Dr. NGOZI ORABUEZE, they are doing everything that international law asks us to do. They are presenting it very well to us. They are doing it in the way it's supposed to be. No other person can do it for us except we, the Biafran people. We must take it by force, and we have taken it already. Going back, make international communities they are serious, that we don't have the strength, that we are very weak people, we are not determined. That is part of the things they look at what happened to Juku. So they will also looking at us to know how important and how serious and how we can be able to manage things that is happening. Look at the way the government is managing all the crises. You find out that they are managed under the level of international law. We are no longer in the era of photo, but the government are in the era of submitting our documents, diplomatic movement, political movement, reconciliation, negotiation. These are where we are right now. Anybody who is telling you about Woto, they are enemy. They are what? Enemy. You had the meeting of the last meeting of our DPM with questions and the answer. They asked the IHL. They understand the importance of it. After you have listened, then from there you may know that your government are building a very good army for you, a disciplined army, not cock and shoot army, not as though no, they are building army that will march under international law, and they will be well respected, well disciplined, and they understand the rule of engagement. They will understand the protocol. These are the things that your government is working for. There is no other way. There is only one government, United States of Biafra government, whether in exile, whether anywhere. Only one government. Who is in charge? Dr. NGOZI ORABUEZE. She is the one that are handling the affairs of the Biafran people. Biafra right now, not military, not any other person, and nobody has right to challenge her. I have told you this. Nigeria, for those who are supporting one Nigeria, I am sorry, because the agenda of Nigeria killing Biafran people or now allow us to go is to marginalize us, to make us, to turn us into Islamic State. Nigeria is a member of Islamic State. Today, under international law, IHL and all this one is international humanitarian law. These are those who we call, when they capture any Biafra Liberation Army, in the name of no onye na-alụ ndị Biafra ọgụ, a ga-eji release ya. Enwere ebe a na-aga. Your government are taking you there. Follow who know road. Those that those that are leading the Biafran movement right now, they know the road. Follow who sabi the road. Our Tobias knows the road. He also introduce us someone who knows the road also. That is why you as a Biafran man, you as a Biafran woman who believe in this government, give this government that we are money. Don't have a double mind. If you are listening to all this we are doing here, we also to clear your doubts. It's also why I'm doing this, for you to know that the government is on the right track. I thank our sister or our brother who gave us a super chat. I thank you so much. It's part of building the platform. I appreciate you. May Elohim bless you and protect you for the widow's mind you give to build this platform. Thank you so much. You will never lack. And what you will see is something good. You will never see anything evil. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My people, everything we are doing, we are getting it right. We are on the right track. That is what that I want you. That is one of the most important things that I want you to be in your mind. Do not be panicked for anything. Do not move an inch. They cannot win the case. Even that one they took us to OGDC court. They can never win. If the congressmen are running away from to see Ogenkere or for talk to Ogenkere, there is a reason. But the gullible may not understand it. It's not that they are busy. A useless man is coming. A man who is a criminal. A man who doesn't understand the position of a freedom fighting. That is why they refuse to see him. Nothing more than that. Not that thing that he's telling you is because of the government know that this person is not the rightful person. That they don't have to listen to such a human being. That is why they stay away, and he told the gullibles that the governments are watching, that the men of Congress are watching from where? Watching from TV. Imagine that they are watching him on TV right now. Could you believe that? Could you believe that? That is a place you said you want to be. It simply means that your own are not important to them, and they don't know who you are. My people, let no one deceive you. Let no one deceive you. Let no one come to you and talk and discuss what are not supposed to be to you. It's very important that we all understand what we are doing. It's only the government can get international recognition with us. The purpose of getting international recognition is a political one, but the declaration provides the necessary good work the chief of staff used to get the international recognition. Who will get it? The chief of staff, not Ogenkere. Financial minister, financial secretary, or financial treasurer has no. When it's come to jurisdiction of politics, it's not there. He's not even included. He has his own position. The second in command, who happened to be the NGOZI ORABUEZE, is the one that international law says that he is the one to handle the affairs of the Biafran people. It's not by gra-gra. It's not by shouting. It is a right. I said what? It is a right in what he's doing. She's not claiming. The position that she's into has proved everything in between. So for you who are a Biafran, do not be moved. Remain where you are. Your government is on the right track. So, and because of it is all about political, you must understand that everything is with the government. I want us to listen to this. I want us to listen to this. If it can play. Let's try it. I want us to listen to this, my people.
After a bridge government in exile makes a declaration of independence, the real work begins. The declaration itself is a symbolic and political act, but it's only the first step. The next stage is a multifaceted effort to turn that political statement into a tangible, recognized reality. The key objectives are to gain international recognition, diplomatic offensive. This is the most crucial phase. The Declaration of Independence provides the legal and political basis for the government in exile to formally petition other countries for recognition. The government will launch a diplomatic campaign to convince other nations that it is the legitimate representative of the people and that the new country meets the criteria for statehood under international law, as outlined in the Montevideo Convention. This means having a permanent population, a defined territory, a government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. The government in exile, by its nature, lacks control over the territory, so it must rely heavily on political and moral arguments. Seek membership in international organizations. Gaining recognition from international bodies like the United Nations is a major goal. The government in exile will apply for membership. While a government in exile may not have a permanent seat, gaining observer status or strong support from UN member states can be a significant step toward legitimacy and a powerful platform for their cause. Mobilize and consolidate internal support. A declaration of independence made in exile is meaningless if it is not supported by the people on the ground. The government in exile must work to unify resistance movements. It must act as a unifying force for all factions fighting for independence, preventing internal conflicts that could undermine the struggle. Maintain communication with the population. The government must have a way to communicate with the people inside the country, keeping their morale up and ensuring they are aware of and support the government's efforts. Build a shadow government. It will continue to build the administrative and political structures of a future state, such as drafting a constitution, designing a flag and currency, and establishing ministries. Secure military and financial aid. Declarations of independence often spark or intensify armed conflicts. The government in exile will use the declaration to appeal for military and financial aid from sympathetic countries. This aid is essential for sustaining the struggle against the ruling power and for eventually gaining physical control over the claimed territory. Return to the homeland. The ultimate goal of a government in exile is to return to the homeland and establish itself as the de facto government. This can happen through negotiation, a successful military campaign, or a change in the political landscape of the occupying power. The Declaration of Independence is a crucial step in this process, as it provides a clear vision for the future and a basis for ending the conflict. The journey from a declaration of independence by a government in exile to full international recognition is long and uncertain. It is more of a political and diplomatic fight than a legal one, heavily influenced by the interests of major world powers. However, the declaration is the key document that kickstarts this entire process.
That is area I want to listen. I hope you heard it clearly. The declaration is the key document that can start this entering process. Forget that shenanigan. Forget it when I jam Washington DC. When I gave congressmen. Did you see him see any congressmen? The congressmen understand that this man is not, he doesn't want to see. That he just moving around with everyone. So I want to know that the document is the most important thing. Which government in exile? All the United States of Biafra government. Nothing like that logo or that thing working before back. One it does not exist on international law. Only one government of United States of Biafra are the one to seek for international recognition and get it. No other one will ever get it, my people. Do not be deceived. That is why we are here to use the international law to debunk the lies of these criminals, these so-called Ogenkere. So everything in between. So no way out for them. They are playing their last card, and what you see them doing, a cry of a dying horse. That is what they are doing. A cry of a dying horse. There is no two ways. It is only one way in what we are doing. My people, let nobody, do not panic, do not move an inch. Your government is on the right track, and they are doing the needful. They are doing everything that the law asks us to do for them to get this international recognition for you and I. That is why you must support them. That is why you have to support them in a serious way. Listen to this again. Listen to this.
A declaration is more important than a bridge government for achieving international recognition because it's a formal and symbolic act that asserts a new entity's claim to statehood. A bridge government, which is not a term used in international law, is a temporary governing body, but it doesn't fulfill the legal criteria required for a state to be recognized. The concept of statehood is primarily based on the declaratory theory of international law, which holds that a state's existence is a matter of fact, not recognition by other states. A declaration is the first step in proving that a new country meets the factual criteria for statehood. The Montevideo Convention and Statehood. The most widely accepted legal framework for defining a state is the 1933 Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of States. It outlines 4 key criteria that a new state must demonstrably possess: a permanent population, a group of people living there, a defined territory, a specific geographical area with recognized borders, a government, a functioning political authority that controls the territory, capacity to enter into relations with other states, the ability to conduct foreign policy, sign treaties, and engage in diplomacy. A declaration of independence is the public proclamation that a group meets these criteria and intends to act as a sovereign state. It's a statement of political will and a formal appeal to the international community for recognition. Why a declaration is critical. Political legitimacy. A declaration provides a new entity with a birth certificate and a clear statement of its political goals. It formalizes the will of the people and the authority of the government, which is a key part of the Montevideo Convention's criteria. Basis for recognition. While recognition from other states is not a prerequisite for statehood, it is essential for a new country to function in the international system. A formal declaration gives other countries a clear document to evaluate and a basis for granting recognition, which can be de facto, informal, or de jure, formal and legal. Symbolic power. The act of declaring independence is a powerful symbol of self-determination and sovereignty. It solidifies the identity of the new nation and its separation from a previous governing authority. The limitations of a bridge government. The term bridge government is not a formal legal concept and is often used colloquially to describe a transitional or interim government. Such a government, while potentially meeting the government criteria of the Montevideo Convention, is inherently temporary. It lacks the long-term, stable character that international law looks for in a sovereign state. Without a formal declaration of independence, a bridge government is simply a temporary administration of a territory, not a full-fledged claimant to independent statehood.
I hope you heard this clearly. Everything is all about your government. Everything you are hearing on the international law. I'm only doing this for you to know more that the government is on the right track. Forget them. Forget them. They are well-paid agents to come and destroy. But Chukwu Okabiam on arrival did not allow them for them to touch ground. A grow and a two My people, we are going to end it up here till tomorrow morning. We will explain this part of this program by tomorrow morning. So we will emphasize on many things tomorrow morning. Please, more about Biafran time between 7:30 8 o'clock. We are going to come back to live We are going to be live here again to let us know things and the lies of them. We are debunking the lies of them with international law to prove to you nothing like fall back. Fall back is what? Backward. We can't. And that's not very dangerous in a movement like this. They come to destabilize the movement. They come to make the Biafra government look like they are failure. We are not in charge. We are in charge. The government are controlling. They are commanding. Both military, police, everything it is. I've also played you a voice that the chief of staff must not be a military woman to give order. We may bring that program tomorrow. If you lay one on that document again, because the so-called angel makeup and all those nonsense then told you who told them, they will know that it's not in that way. It's only the government. It's only the government that has right to control by the order of chief of staff, Dr. NGOZI ORABUEZE right now as the DPM. Whether Mahoprel, Mobona Fairpora, the government has come to stay. They will fade away very soon. Do not look at them. Do not panic. From me, from here, I will tell you, my people, thank you so much. Good night.